morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to this first in a series of exciting sessions that we have planned for you for this Rotary year. It will be implemented over the next 5 months, so I hope you will stay tuned to see what we have next. Today's session will be focused on training our club trainers. As you know, training is critical to making a difference between what is an okay-ish club and a successful club. And at the end of the session, we hope that you will be well equipped to implement training at the club level, in addition to joining the sessions that we will implement at the district level. Briefly, the protocols, we ask as much as possible if you can keep your cameras on. We will not mute participants, but we ask you to stay muted to avoid any background noise disrupting the sessions. We will allow verbal questions in addition to questions in the chat. Can be put in the chat. We will monitor that also. We're looking for the session to be very interactive, so please feel free to interrupt our facilitator at any time that you have a question. We're all here to learn from each other. Ensure your Zoom name also is your correct name so that you can be identified appropriately. A questionnaire was sent out with the pre-reading materials, and we ask that you complete it and submit it to me at the end of the session. All of you should have my email. If not, I will put it in the chat. Let me ask, is anyone here did not get the reading material? Any late registrants? Please indicate in the chat and I will send it to you now. I will now ask our esteemed and most beautiful and fresh looking district governor to just give us a few remarks before we move into the start of the session. DG Sonia.
Good morning, Luana. Good morning, fellow Rotarians. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning. Around the Caribbean, it's raining, so I'm hoping that in your area it's raining too and that you're cozy, so you can't go anywhere. You have to stay in front of this computer today. So the training team has really put together a wonderful program for today and for the next few months, and I encourage everyone to take advantage of these opportunities. The only way we can learn is to be a part of an informed learning experience. And this team has put together and are so capable of delivering the training at the highest level on Rotary and things to do with Rotary. So while we look at the topics and think, yeah, but there is always a slant that we haven't thought of. And as we meet and we share information, we're able to learn every day on new topics that will take us not just forward in our Rotary lives, but in our lives on a whole. So I am extremely happy that we've kicked off with this training of trainers, and I look forward to the programs throughout the rest of the year and look forward to interacting with each of you at different times as I meet your clubs along the way. So thanks so much, and do have a great and productive day with the training team. Thanks so much.
Thank you, DG Sonia, for your kind words. Just a brief overview of the facilitator today. Past President Liz is no stranger to Rotary, so I will not read her bio. I will just emphasize that she's a master certified trainer from the University of the West Indies and a certified Myers-Briggs administrator from the American Management Association. She has a keen interest in knowledge transfer to the next generation, and so we're in for a treat today. I'd like to also introduce past President Lisa from the Rotary Club of Garden City, who is the co-host with PP Liz and I today. And are there any other members of the district training committee? Welcome everybody. So I will now hand you over to Liz. Liz, take it away.
Thank you, District Trainer Luana, and good morning, everybody. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Sonia. Glad to see you guys on live with us today. Now, I know that today is Saturday, and I also know that Saturday means relaxing and all of that. So I'm happy to be able to see so many persons online. I know you would have had many choices, but I'm glad you chose to be with us today because I think today's session is really very important. It will set the tone for your training in your own club as you go along, and also, look at some of the areas that you might be familiar with but might have forgotten as well. Now, training in terms of RI has been pushing this for the longest while. And while I know that, yes, you're looking to the district to support you in your training, we also have a resource in the Learning Center. And I think that why reinvent the wheel? Let's try as much as possible to use the Learning Center. I think the Learning Center is on the use, totally on the use. And, I always say, don't reinvent the wheel when you can have it right there at your fingertips, because I know it is hard, not just in our district, to get people to go to the Learning Center. But one of the ways of getting them to go there is perhaps to have them, you select a topic, have them go there. When you have your meeting, you have a 5 or 10 minute and you have a discussion on the topic itself. But try to utilize the Learning Center as much as possible. So with that little brief, let me just share my slide. Share my screen. First, let me fix the screen before I actually share it. Go to the beginning. Right. I think I got it there. Open up here. Share my screen. All right, so you would see on the screen that lovely background where everybody would like to be at this time. Me, myself, would like to be there at this time. And you would see this image that I have here. Am I being heard? Luana, everybody's hearing me?
Yes,
Seeing the
Liz.
screen?
Yes,
Good,
I'm
good.
hearing
Yes,
you
clearly,
clearly.
Liz.
Good, great. All right, yeah, you see I have this image on the screen here because I'm truly disappointed sometimes when we have sessions, especially training sessions, and you see the outline here, where we don't see the video on. And I know that District Trainer Luana did ask for persons to keep their videos on. Because I often say, if you are in a face-to-face setting, do you put a book in front of your face? Now, as a trainer, I know I would like to make eye contact with you. And, that's how you get the feeling as to how is this program going? How is it hitting the participants? So as a trainer, try, and you have to set the example, try to make sure that you try to get person. I never say it's a Zoom session, I say it's a video session. So I get persons to know that we expect to see them, because there are two things that bothers me when I see a screen without a live face, is that first, I think it's a bit unprofessional not to have a screen on, but you can have reasons why you can't have your screen on, because perhaps your bandwidth, but maybe that should be shared up front, that you have a bandwidth issue. Or some persons say, well, I don't have a good background. Well, we can solve that. You can put a virtual background. But it's important because I think two things. You're either doing something else behind that blank screen, or you're just ticking a box. You're not even there. So please, let's try and set the example of having our videos on, especially when you're doing training. You want to, make that eye contact and keep that eye contact and keep participants engaged all along. I know Zoom is new to everybody, but we have to try our best to use the Zoom in terms of training because of all the protocols for COVID-19. Now, you would have been sent the program outline, and I'll try as much as possible to stay within the timelines that we have here. But I must tell you from the beginning that this the training session is really like a 5-day program, and I try to condense it into 1 day. And that's why I sent you those notes up front. If you haven't read it, please make some time to read it. But what is most important is that I would like you to go back and train somebody else who will probably take over from you as your club trainer. But keep this cycle going and not just keep the knowledge to yourself. I can also send the slides if anybody wishes the slides later on. But I think that it's important that those notes are very useful. I've condensed the notes because it comes from a manual of almost 300 pages, but I've picked out what I think is important for us as trainers in Rotary. Try to customize some things to Rotary as much as possible. So let's try as much as possible for this session to be as interactive as possible, because I like interaction. You know, when I'm actually doing face-to-face sessions, it is very interactive. So our you know, our route for today is really, we have our brief opening. We'll talk a bit about an icebreaker. We'll focus a bit on the learning process. And yes, there is a process. Now, why is it special? What is special about training adults? We go through the training cycle very briefly. I summarize, and then we break for lunch, and then we have our presentations after lunch. So in the group presentations, I really wanted to quickly let you know up front, you will be placed in a group and which will be pre-assigned, and PP Lisa is in the background formulating those groups as we speak. And this is the group presentation. We'll have 10 minutes to prepare. Now, the presentations are coming after lunch, so you can actually use your lunch break. We'll place you in the Zoom rooms as we break for lunch, so you can always meet up in the Zoom room. Now, I'm not looking for a perfect presentation. The idea is to design a presentation using some of the skills you would have learned along the way this morning, and use your imagination, because you can do anything. You can do a skit, a poem, whatever it is you want to do. I've suggested some topics. Rotary protocols, value leadership qualities, event planning, or any topic of your choice. I'm giving you the option of creating your own topic or own scenario using some of the things you would have learned along the way. All right, any questions so far? And feel free to ask me, interject at any time to ask questions, because sometimes we keep it for later and then we forget about it. So feel free to ask questions along the way. We'll talk a little bit more about the presentation before we break for lunch. Now, we're starting with our icebreaker. Now, my question to you, and I'd like you to place your responses in the box. Well, 3 questions. Why do you think an icebreaker is important? Why do we waste time with an icebreaker? Do you think that is necessary? I'll stop here for a minute so that I could actually see the chat box. So let's hear from you. What you know, your thoughts on an icebreaker. Do you think an icebreaker is important? You can also use your mic. Yeah, to relax persons. Yes. Okay, yes, it's important. Yes, to relax persons. Anything else you wish to share? You could share verbally as well. Does not always need to. Joseph, you want to share why it is always not necessary to have an icebreaker?
Because it all depends on the setting, I guess, of the room. You know, if it's already a very relaxed setting, as you are with most Rotarians, then do you need the icebreaker? In fact, if it's already a very relaxed setting, maybe if it's a very tense setting, you might need it, but wouldn't it? Yeah. All
right, no problem. Good point. All right, so we'll be seeing that it relaxes participants, it allows to enhance the learning, it keeps persons' attention, it releases tensions, and it brings a little rapport. Yeah, all very good points. Yes, all very good points. I just really wanted to get you thinking as we go along. And then I have 2 questions for you. Yep. So if you can place in the chat box, and this is just very brief, and just take 2 minutes, who may want to place the response in the chat box, or you can verbally say it. Describe your role as a trainer in 1 to 5 words. You'll note I'm not asking anybody to introduce themselves, because you want to also reduce time spent on doing that, because we're seeing your names, and I've looked through the registration list, and I've seen, I mean, I'm happy to see Rotaractors as well at this training, and I'm seeing very impressed club presidents as well. Didn't expect to see club presidents, which is really good, because it means that the information will go seamlessly from one year to the next. And or are you the person or night person? All right, let me see the responses. Any responses to the question? She's a day person, 10 p.m. is my bedtime. Giselle, you want to share? You're a day person.
Yes, hi, morning, everyone. I get up pretty early, naturally, like minutes to 6 most mornings without an alarm. So my day is where I push. But you see, like all 8 o'clock, 8:30, I feel my energy waning. I usually go to sleep around 10, half 10 every day.
Well, that's nice to hear from a young person as well, because I know young persons, 2 o'clock in the morning, they're still texting. We have Maxwell, neither a day nor night. Maxwell, you want to share why you're neither a day nor night?
Hi, morning, everyone. So I think I'm neither day or night because generally, well, I have a daughter, and I usually have to get up about 3:30 in the morning, and I usually full of energy around that time. She's also full of energy, and I usually get into bed probably till after 12 most nights. So I think I'm balancing somewhere.
To both. Wow, that's really good to hear. You know, if I was there in person, I would have given you a little shock because I usually give out little because you can take it back for your baby. Yeah, good to hear that at least the males are actually stepping up as well. So you have to multitask, and you have to be able to have your energies at both times. So all right, so yeah, I'm seeing the responses. A lot of persons are night people. I am not really a night person. I like to get up early. I like to get up before the sun. You know, the sun is up, and I was trained like that as a child. And even if I go to bed late, I still wake up at the same time. But I like to get up early. My brain is a lot fresher at the beginning of every day. So thank you for your responses. And remember, you can open the chat at any time and speak as well. Let me just go back. You will notice that I am going back to stop sharing and sharing. And I'm doing that because I wanted to share with you the reason why I'm doing that. Because if I'm doing a face-to-face session and I have a PowerPoint slide on behind me or beside me, and you want to have a discussion, I always blank the screen, and all you have to do is press B, and the screen goes blank, and you press B again. But because when it's behind you, it's a distraction, and you probably lose interest, and you prevent the engagement from rolling on. So that's why I'm going off and on all the time. It was really just to show you that technique, is that you take away the background so that persons can actually be engaged, and they can actually, you know, listen to you and speak about what it is that they want to see about. So that's it. So that's it on the icebreaker. And I don't know, I have some more notes to send to you on the icebreaker. I can send it to District Trainer Luana after. So let's talk about the learning process. If anyone, and I'm sure all of you would have read the notes that I've sent, all of you would have gotten the notes that I've sent. If you want to share with me your idea of the learning process, what you've read so far about the learning process. And if you can verbalize it, it would be better, because I wouldn't. Okay, stop share.
Liz?
Yes. Yeah.
This is Sharon. Okay, so one of the things I've learned is that adults learn differently. So you have to engage them differently using different learning methods.
Okay, all right, you've gone one slide ahead. You're talking about the process of learning, but thanks for your comment. Any other comments? Any other person got a chance to read the notes and to reflect on, in your own words, what you understand by the learning process? Leah? Yes?
Thanks, Liz. Basically, it was saying that adults have to want to learn, or else you'd be wasting your time when you're training them. If they don't understand why it's important to learn what you're trying to teach them.
Sure. All right. Any other thoughts? Let me check the chat to see if there's anything else. Good at public speaking, a win-win situation, very detailed. Okay. Somebody saying they haven't received the material. All right, so let me share my slide and just briefly.
Liz, just 1 second. Those who have not received the material, please send me your email address, because I don't have it for some of you. Please. Thank you. Sorry, Liz.
All right, no problem. All right, so
Liz, the material came very late. I saw it this morning. It came in like about 9:30 last night. So there was not enough time to really read all the 12 documents that you sent. It was too late really to read all of that before this session this morning.
All right, no problem. Well, I think Luana had sent it as you register. You know, we had a bundle sent out very early. So for the late registrant, it might have been sent only after you've registered. So our apologies for that, but that's why it's important to have early registration, register early. Anyway, so let me just go through the learning process in terms of individuals and you know, the whole process of learning. We know that we share information, and that's why I shared information before. That is part of the process of learning. You can share material before, you know, you can have a discussion even before you actually start a training program on whatever it is that you're going to discuss in this training program, because that is how the trainee acquire some knowledge before and get an understanding of some of the skills and attitudes that is required for the particular training. And I did send you some notes on some tips for your trainees as well that you can actually share with them prior to the start of any training program, so they get an idea of their, you know, what is expected in the training program. So we have three processes, really. You go through the acquisition of information, and then having acquired the information, every trainee would like to know how to use that information. That is why, you know, people always say telling stories, doing case studies, those things actually are a demonstration of the knowledge that you might have shared, and they would have acquired this knowledge, because it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but showing them how to use the knowledge that they would have acquired. And let's take presentation skills. So let's say you're teaching presentation skills, and you want to also demonstrate to your trainee how to use some of the skills that you would have taught them. You would have taught them perhaps in determining a topic, preparing, researching, planning, and delivering that topic. What items you're going to use, whether you're going to use PowerPoint slides, whether you're going to just have a discussion. So in demonstrating to them, you go to the lectern, having shared all of that with them, you actually go to the lectern and you also do a presentation, a mini presentation, to demonstrate some of the things that you would have shared with them as part of acquiring that knowledge. So it is always key, and you know, we'll discuss that, and I'm sure you would have read, adults learn by actually doing. And our trainees, most of them would actually be adults. So we know that we have to engage them. We have to have case studies and role play exercises. All of that we have to do. Now, how do I apply that knowledge? How do we give that opportunity to our trainees to apply that knowledge? And this is what we're doing after lunch. And, you know, I'm hoping that we use some of the knowledge that we would have acquired this morning to apply in a simulation exercise this afternoon. So the trainee now would be under the watchful guide of the facilitator. And I should have mentioned to you that I'm the facilitator and your participants. So I'm facilitating discussion with the participants. I'm not here to lecture to you or to have a monologue. I want to have an exchange as well. So that's why I always say we have participants and I facilitate. Now, I share knowledge, but I also gain knowledge along the way, because I know that they will have persons in our group today that has past experiences, and I'm hoping that those experiences are shared as well, because that's the richness of the learning, is when experiences are actually shared. So it's acquiring knowledge, showing them how to use that knowledge, and giving them an opportunity of the 1 or 2 minute time of fame to do a presentation or to demonstrate what they would have learned from you. Any questions? All right, so these are some key points to note. Readiness versus resistance. Most trainees come into, or participants coming to training with some resistance, because it's like, oh, I have to do it because I was told to do it. I have heard that many times, but then they leave realizing that, you know, they were not in a state of readiness, and this really helped them. And it is the facilitator's job to help them to relieve that stress as we enter into training, by giving them the opportunity or letting them know this how it is you're going to benefit from this. You will benefit from this at the end of it all. And a lot of times people say, well, you know, I don't like public speaking. And especially if I'm doing presentation skills, they say, oh, I don't like public speaking. But by the end of the session, they are doing a 1 minute presentation because they now understand how to do it. So it is the facilitator's role to relax persons and to get them in the state of readiness to take in the new information. active versus passive learning. Like I said, people learn by doing. You have to give opportunities for engagement, and you realize from the start, I'm asking you questions, I'm trying to get you engaged. It's a little hard on Zoom itself, but we tend to, we want to make sure that we give opportunities. And that's why I like the open mic, because persons should be able to ask a question at any time they chose to ask a question. Trial and error, our culture, we look at errors as disasters, but really as a trainer, you look at it as a teachable moment. This is an opportunity for you to learn from that error or that bad experience that you might have had. So you have to also give them that. And these are just 4 points that I, wanted to share with you. Practice is very important because, in preparing for a presentation, sometimes you figure, oh, well, I know it all, and you don't practice. And so you run out of time. All of those happen. There is the opportunity to practice by teaching and sharing your information with others. I say buddy training. And so you can call a friend and say, well, look, I want to run this presentation by you. Or one of your friends might say, I'm interested in learning something more. Now you refine your skills as a trainer when you teach repeatedly. You actually perfect your knowledge along the way. All right, so this is how we learn. 10% of what we hear. We only learn 10% of what we hear, 20% of what we read, and 80% of what we see, hear, and participate in doing. And doing is always, is always important. Let me see, somebody have a question here. Many thanks for your time, taking us into the knowledge of the weird nicely started with diet breaker right now. I now proceed with sharing my question. How important it is for the trainer to present itself as a trainer and tell about the trainer's track record about the topic. I guess as part of the introduction of the facilitator, whoever is the facilitator, should, whoever is the moderator, sorry, should set the tone for the training by indicating perhaps the experience of the trainer. You could also circulate the trainer's bio prior to the session itself, so that persons, you realize that, okay, all right, this is for somebody I would want to listen to, or this, he sent a private message, so I'm reading his private message out to you. Yes, you can, because please place your questions in the public, because sometimes you have a question and the other person might be thinking of asking that question, but they probably don't want to ask that question, so that we can share the responses with everybody. So Julian was asking about his question, how is it important for the trainer to present itself as a trainer and tell about the trainer's track record? So I said you can actually share that information. You can actually share that information prior to the start or just at the start, but you don't want, when you're doing training, I hate it when we take half of the time introducing somebody, because I think that really takes away a lot of time that can be better spent as part of the training itself. So let's be careful with that. All right, adults. Let's talk about adults learning, and I'll stop share here for us to discuss that. I know we heard some before, but if you can hear from some other persons about adult learning, because remember, in Rotary, we would all be teaching adults. We'd all be sharing information on topics that they might be familiar with, topics they might be experiencing, topics that you can actually learn from them as well. How is the best way? What is the best way in your own experience that you've had over time in teaching adults? What has been your experience? And how have you, moved around that challenge?
In my experience, training adults, teaching adults, one of the things that you almost never speak in absolute terms, because there will always be someone in the class, the audience, that has had a different experience. So it's always, this is one of the ways you can do things, but this is not, the only way that you can do things. And I think from that experience, it really shows the adults that, there are more than one way of, doing things, accomplishing things, and so forth. So that's been my experience. Never speaking in absolute terms, but always saying, well, this is one of the paths of doing things.
Thanks, President Aaron. And I know that that's one of the key things that we have to be careful with, is that we are speaking to an audience who coming with sometimes more experience than you are. And that is why sometimes when somebody asks a question, I would throw it back to the audience as well, to include the audience in that response as well, because sometimes people have different experiences and we can actually learn. That is the richness in doing training. It is, especially with adults, you actually learn from each other, learn a lot from each other. Any other verbal? Let me check some are very hard. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Liz. You guys, please excuse the background. Things are happening. In my little experience, in my profession of ID consultancy, when I deal with adults, I often have to, I never taught persons in a room, like an audience, but in dealing with IT and concepts, I have to often find relatable, explain concepts to them in a way so that they could relate to and understand in their own language or in their own profession, perhaps. Have them to break down complex knowledge into simple, understandable, and relatable ideas for them to execute what they need to execute.
All right, thanks. That's an excellent way of doing it. That is, you have to meet them along the way, and I think that's very important. Thanks, Marl, for that comment. Kerwin has said some are very hard to learn. Always better. Some don't accept change. Now, that is so typical. That is so typical of adults. But you know what? You need to find common ground. You need to find common ground, because in order to get an adult into your way or thinking, or certainly into some of the things you want to share with them, is that you have to also appreciate their background. You find the commonalities between the background, and then you share to them. You share with them the gaps, because times have changed, the dynamics is changing all the time, and you find that gap, and then you should be able to convince them, keeping in mind that they're coming from a very strong background, keeping in mind that you have now shared what is happening currently, and I'm sure you'll be able to bridge that gap as well. I've used it so many times with individuals, especially older persons who have a lot more experience than I have in topics, worldly topics. And I look forward. I always tell persons I share knowledge to make room for new knowledge, because I'm always looking to fill my head with knowledge, new knowledge as I go along the way. And you learn from anybody and everybody. You keep learning. Learning is a whole process that doesn't stop until you die. All right, so let me see. Yeah, Kenneth, we are addressing how adults learn. So if you wish to unmute, let's see. Let's hear what you have to see. Yeah. All right, Terry has said some adults doubt the value of their experiences, therefore doubt themselves, especially if they haven't been in a classroom for a long time. Yes, that is also very typical sometimes, and that is where the facilitator has to provide that guidance and warmth and coaching, a one-on-one. You can't do that publicly because you probably embarrass them. But if you recognize that maybe they have some hesitancy in terms of coming to training because they have not been in a classroom for a long time, it is your role to talk to them. What I tend to do generally is that before I start any program, and I've done it with this program too, I touch base with some key persons in the audience to get them to either ask questions or to get a feedback from them as to their own thoughts on the training. So I know that I have persons already here in the room that can respond and be engaged with the training, but you have to try to get them. Try to get them. And if you're doing a face-to-face training, the idea is get to that room early and start circulating, start meeting your audience, because it also relieves your own tension. Because sometimes you're going in, you're meeting people for the first time, you're seeing them for the first time. Great way to do face-to-face is to get there early, start your chatting with persons, get a feel of their own experiences. And you could even share some of those experiences you have garnered along the way. Yeah, somebody was about to speak when I started.
I was just trying to clarify why I asked the question, because there are two different concepts, the learning and the teaching. Their learning, you have no idea sometimes. You don't really know their learning intelligences, where they're at, whether it's audio, visual, kinesthetic, whatever. But your teaching methods. And what the risk is that you have to keep learning their learning patterns as you go along. It's quite interesting because you have to find methodology in your teaching to really open up this within the first, well, for us, we might just be doing one session, I don't know, but for me, I will have 13 weeks in one semester. And you just have to try to get that done within the first 4 weeks because it's how you apply your information and share it with, help them to respond, and then you know, hey, I may be going the wrong way. So we have to maybe in our teaching, keep changing our methodologies in terms of capturing their attention. And because one of the things needs to be addressed, as somebody put in the chat just now, they have different experiences which you do not know of. And they come, some of them come not to learn, they come to get information. And that is where the struggle is. You want to teach, but they want to just have information. And that is a very serious, that's a struggle because they wouldn't learn anything if they came just to get information, because teaching is not just about giving information. It's about empowering. It's about what I call instead of educating, making them more real and critical thinkers within their sphere. So I think those are things that you have. So coming back to that's why the icebreaker may be important to find out their learning styles, so that it's something you can put within the icebreaker to see how they're responding, so that you know, okay, I could do more audio here. I need to get more views here. I need to do some more games here. I will need to do some more role plays. So that is something, because it's you just don't know. I mean, I get, like next 3 weeks, I have a whole set of 6 people or 11 people. I don't know who you are. So you have to work that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth, for those wise words. Yes, it's important, yes, for you to get to know them. And, that's why sometimes when you have training, it's good to have a registration process where perhaps you ask questions in terms of the prior experience with training on the particular topic, how long would they've had that experience and all of that. So you get a sense of the entering behaviors and where we're starting off on this training with these particular adults. So yeah, we have to be very tricky. We have to be very careful because it could be very tricky training adults. Some come to garner information, some come to just talk about their own experiences, and that too we have to control as well, because you don't want one person who might be an outspoken person taking over. They're not suggesting anybody's doing that, but taking over the whole, and the quiet ones would just remain quiet, as it were.
PP Liz, if I could just add on to Rotarian's Kenneth input, but one of the things that I've found very useful in the past is to have surveys of new classes so that I can understand the way they learn. And the model, well, the method I've used to do those surveys is one that is called CLOB, K-L-O-B, that was developed at Case Western. But it gives you a sense of those who will learn from concrete experiences, those who are reflective learners, those who learn when you use high level of abstraction, and then, as Kenneth mentioned, role play and experimentation. So that just gives me a sense, and even in every session that I carry, I ensure that I try as much as possible to go around that circle so that you capture everyone, right?
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. I think that's a really good way of getting the entering behaviors. You see the level that the persons are entering at, and so that you can slant your presentation to suit that medium. Because like Kenneth says, you don't know, every person is different, every person's experience is different, and sometimes even persons' learning styles change over time based on their own experiences. All right, so thanks for those thoughts. So this is just really a slide capturing what we just said. They must want to learn, because if they don't want to learn, they're not interested in learning, they will not, you'll waste their time. Because for instance, let's say there is a Rotarian who he's not interested or she's not interested in assuming a leadership position. They would not be interested in leadership programs or training. They probably will be more interested in community service, because that's why they join Rotary. Because you have persons joining Rotary for different reasons. We hope everybody is joining to serve the community and to also have fellowship But people sometimes are not just not interested in taking up a leadership position, and we don't bash them for that. Let's utilize their interests. Let's best utilize their interests. Perhaps they're interested just doing community work. So they would not be interested in training. So we have to recognize that and appreciate that. And I never force people into training. It must be willing. They must be willing to want to learn. They must want to learn. And of course, they have to see the benefit in learning as well. They want to be able to also choose how they learn. And we talked a bit about that, so I wouldn't go too much on that. So choosing how they want to learn depends on the information you can get back from a survey or having a chat with them at the beginning. They must see the need. How am I benefited from this learning? Is it just to acquire knowledge? Am I using this? Would this make me a better person, a better leader? So they must see the need. And most of all, experiential learning. They learn by doing. Adults learn by doing. They want to do case studies. They want to do role play exercises. They want to share some of their own experiences. They really want to do it. They also they don't need, or they're not interested in hypothetical cases. They want real problems to solve. They want to know that it's something that actually happened. So even if you're sharing a story, share a real life story so that they can understand and relate. People relate better to real life experiences. And of course, the use of past experiences is very key with the older person. The older person wants to share those past experiences. And yes, you can get pushback, but you have to know how to handle that pushback by just recognizing, like I said, recognize where the commonalities are. We have commonalities in certain areas. We agree on the commonalities because they want to know that they appreciate it. Their past experience is appreciated. So agree on the commonalities and then explain to them the dynamics of the new world, what is happening. And that's how you can bridge the gap between the pushback and them getting on board with the new way of doing things. So you take some of what they have used, because there's some basic things that don't really change. And you show appreciation for that. But you also share with them what are some of the new dynamics of a topic, situation, or in whatever area you're talking about. Any questions? Anybody want to take, you can take a stretch break. I think it's too early to take a stretch break, but if you wish, you take a water break or a stretch break. My time for a water break. Let me see if there's any questions in the chat. The Globe Learning Cycle, that's really good. That's new to me, so I'll have to research that myself. Yeah, great stuff. So far, I'm running out. I'm meeting. Okay, she said she's gonna come back. She's logging out, but she wouldn't be in front of her computer. Thanks, Leah, for that. Somebody asking again for permission to be excused work schedule. That's no problem, because like I said, I want everybody relaxed. I want everybody to also be able to participate as much as they can. I know that, like I said, you would have had many choices, and I'm glad you chose to be with us this morning, albeit it might be for a short time. So let's go straight into the learning cycle. And this really is the belly of the presentation that I wanted to share with you today, because getting this right, I think, will set the tone for your training. Because if you don't get this right, I think when you do an evaluation, you will in fact not get or not achieve your objectives that you would have set out. So this is in simple way, the logical sequential way of planning your training, on designing a training program. First of all, you have to assess the needs of the person, and you have to analyze the needs, and we'll go into a bit very briefly on how we actually do that. Because something, there are times when a CEO would call me and say, hey Liz, we had some bad complaints about a client who had a bad experience. When they come into the company, the customer service experience did not wow them, and come and do a customer service training. And I'm like, oh, hold it there, wait a minute. I need to do an assessment. I need to analyze what is happening before I actually do any training. And a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, bad experience. I'm like, okay, you could have some systemic issues there. So we need to assess it. And I really don't do training unless I do an assessment, because I can't just decide in, one person or two persons, the HR person and the CEO telling me, oh, well, we need leadership training because persons were not decisive. We need to do an assessment. We need to understand what are the specifics about the training that you want to be able to design something that would be appropriate and that be beneficial to the trainees as well. So doing an assessment, looking at where you are now, where you want to be, and creating and ensuring that you fill that gap is very, very important. Next important is developing your objectives, then designing your program, and then of course implementing that design. And most important, the key to any training is really getting feedback when the training is over. Most important. Any questions? Because we go straight into the cycle where I can briefly go through with you some aspects of the cycle. All right, so many training efforts are. Sure.
Hi, morning, Tanya from Central Port of Spain. I just wanted to ask or comment as well that in that cycle, the not just follow up on the success of our training, but also the follow up with the participants afterwards to make sure that they get the necessary coaching, that they're implementing the aspects of the things that we covered. It's another part of the cycle that I think is very important.
All right, thank you very much, and that's key. Thank you for that, and for reminding me of that as well, because there are a lot of trainers as well who just train and walk away and don't find out what happens like 3 months after or 2 months after they get the desired impact, like you've done a training program. So thank you, Tanya, for that added comment. So it's important for us to follow up long after the feedback and evaluation at the end of the program, but after that, you give a little 2-3 months, and then you do a follow-up session just to get a sense of whether they have implemented anything that they would have learned. And then you would say that, your training had some impact as well. A lot of trainers do that. Even though you have a session and they build that into the proposal, is that you do a review session a couple of months later, depending on the type of training, of course. All right, I just thought I'll share this quote with you. Many training efforts are begun without any reason, continued with no purpose, and end with no results. Let's hope today's session ends with some results. All right, so this is just a diagram of the needs analysis that you should do. And I presume everybody would have done that by now in terms of determining what needs your club have. And every club will have different needs. You should recognize that. And you probably do needs analysis differently. There's no one method that you can use for needs analysis. We'll share a bit about that as I go through the pointers on that. But ultimately, you want to move from your current state to your desired state. So you need to know where you are right now, what you want to achieve going forward. But it all must be linked to your vision. What do you see? What it is you're trying to do here? Now, I know an AB who is in the audience today. In Hervé's year, may his soul rest in peace. In Hervé's year, we wanted to do a trainer program because, we wanted to make sure that there is some commonality and consistency throughout the district. We're not able to do it, so I must commend District Trainer Luana for bringing this on at the first, because I think it's very important that we have a common approach to training throughout our district. And this is a great opportunity for us to do that. We may not all use everything, but certainly we will have an idea of the logical sequential process of training, or what we would like to see in terms of your own training in your own club. So that's it. So you do the current state, you look at where your gaps are, you look at where you want to be. This is even before you determine, what you're going to do and how you're going to deliver that training, but it must be linked to your vision as well. Let me see if there's any questions that I could answer here. Oh, somebody loved this slide. Okay, no questions. All right. So these are some key things, just some key areas that, in terms of doing that assessment, you need to know who to ask. And you obviously pick the most knowledgeable as well, because in every club, and I'm sure some of you would have experienced that, in every club, if you stand at the lectern and you throw out that question, I always say you throw it to the universe, you get no response in return. You must know in your club who is most knowledgeable, and you find that person. And we do have untapped resources in every single club in this district that we are not using. So let's try and use our resources in our club, especially those persons who they've always said, been there, done that. utilize the knowledge, because I'm sure they have something to offer. Sometimes people, and you know, you would know that there are people who are quiet and who wouldn't say anything. It's not because they don't know, but that's just their personality. They don't express it out. If they're asked, they probably would share their knowledge. So, you know, who's critical to the success? Because you as a trainer you're not doing all the training. Some of you probably will just be coordinating the training and doing some of the training, but what is critical to your success is making sure that you have the right facilitators on board from your club or beyond your club or from the district. You know, that is very critical. And who will share in terms of, not everybody wants to share, because there are some people who are very selfish, and that's okay. The world is made up and blessed with so many different personalities. So you have to tap into those who are willing to share as well, because some people want to be presidents, they want to shine. And I always say the president is not a one-year thing. You know, you were the president, yes, you would have gained some experience as president, but you need to share that as you go along the way. What to ask in terms of, if you're conducting a survey, what are some of the questions you need to ask in terms of their own concerns and the training that is needed. Now, sometimes if we ask what training is needed, you will get a laundry list. So I would suggest, and I remembered when we did the questionnaire way back 2-3 years ago, we specifically addressed areas that were, we felt that were topical to Rotary. Now, well, typical to Rotary, sorry. But we always leave a question at the end to ask if there's any other area, because if you have an open question like that, it's hard. It's very hard to really analyze and to pick it out, because you will have to go through a series of persons asking for a series of training needs that they might have, and how will this help. One of the questions you can ask them in terms of doing your survey or even your one-to-one questions with them, you can ask them how you think this will help them, and how they want, because remember, they want to see the need to learn and need to attend this training in the first place, whether I want to attend it. So how to ask, you either do interviews, you do focus groups, you do surveys, you observe persons as well. One-on-one interviews, sometimes, especially with the quiet ones, is always better. Focus groups, you get through much faster, especially in a larger club. And surveys, you can actually get a lot more out of surveys than, you know, asking a one-off question, or, you know, and just observing persons. And you would see, because you by now, for those persons who are presidents, by now should be able to identify your future leaders in the club. And so you encourage those persons that you see from observations or taking up, you know, positions or taking lead in a particular area. And so you have them listed as persons that are possible aspiring leaders for your club. Now, yeah, like I mentioned, qualitative questions, or, you know, if you ask, well, it's very hard to measure. So opinions and ideas, you get the laundry list. So if you have specifics, you can narrow it down. You can ask yes or no questions so that you can narrow it. You can score that easily and analyze that much faster. Any questions so far? No? Somebody had a question? No? All right, so this is where you get to do some work. I have two group X, but I have 2 cases here. So I would like you to, and Lisa will place the group. So I'd like you to take a picture of this. This is an exercise I would like you to do in your group. Right away, I'm giving you work to do. And you're going to be in your group for 8 minutes. Well, 5 to 8 minutes, I see. So take a picture of this first exercise. And this is the second one, or you can create anything you want. If you want to pick your Rotary Club, whatever you want to do in your groups, feel free to do so. Okay, so welcome back. I trust that you all had some very vigorous discussions. I understand some groups were so engaged in the discussion. They had no time to listen to Lisa. Some didn't get to finish all, but that's fine. The whole idea is to try to get you engaged. And I hope we would have achieved that. So let's just take, we not be able to take all the groups, but let's just take, and I'm basically asking you, which group wants to share what you would have discussed. And whatever case it is, set the scene by indicating to us what it is that you will share, because you were talking basically about the needs analysis. Whatever else you want to add. So which group wants to share?
Sure, we can go group 2.
Okay, thank you.
So our scenario was the one with the implementation of the new software, which was creating some bottlenecks and some delayed reports for the organization. In terms of the data collection, well, the scenario is asking for you to come up with a training program, given the inefficiencies with the onboarding of the new software. Now, in terms of data collection, a lot of work would have done prior to the implementation of the software. So some analysis would have been done. So we'll use that data to find out more about the software, its applicability to the organization, that type of thing, and determine whether the systems are compatible with the software, because that could be an issue in terms of the inefficiencies. So it might not necessarily be an issue with the staff per se. Secondly, we'll conduct focus groups, one-on-one interviews, and even internal surveys with the key operators of that system and certain applicable managers to find out what some of the issues are, and maybe have solicit their thoughts in terms of how they think those issues could be resolved. We'll also look at whether the staff were adequately trained in the introduction of that new software, what type of training they had, the scope, the scale, the intensity of the training, whether there was any ongoing support for the staff in terms of helping them to onboard that new software. That is the back end or the back office support. We'll also, need to look at information in terms of, is the company expecting too much from this software? And can it really deliver on some of the things that they expect the software to deliver on? And whether indeed they need, the multitude of reports that they're asking for. I'll pause there.
Wow. I'm listening to you because, and keenly listening to you because, I am leading a team, not that I'm an IT expert. I'm leading a team to introduce a new software for a company in Belize. And I've made copious notes. Thank you, Anna, because those are some of the things that I definitely will take on board. So you see, I have learned something in that presentation. So thanks a lot. I thought that presentation was really good. Thanks to your group, because it does show a logical sequential method of determining whether, in fact, they needed one to software in the first place, and why did things go wrong. It is not necessarily the people, but it could be the system and all the processes you mentioned there. So thanks a lot. Kudos to that, to team one. All right, anybody else wish to share? I can't hear everybody. You're speaking all at the one time.
Hi,
okay,
hello. Good morning. We again were the same scenario, so I won't give the summary. Ours it's pretty much matching Anand's, but we went in a little more high level than that. So using the ADDIE, so assess, develop, implement, design, implement, evaluate. So the first thing we wanted to look at, is it a skill or a will issue? So that brings in a lot of cultural things around the organization. So if it's a skill, has there been sufficient training in terms of the new software that was brought in? Again, lining up with Anand, was the analysis done before bringing in the software? Was it indeed appropriate? Was the training appropriate? When we're talking about a willingness, we had alluded to for most of the morning that there can be resistance to change within any sort of culture. Cultural change is huge. It's huge. People don't like to change because they're scared, because maybe they're older, maybe they think younger people bypass them. There's all sorts of things. So resistance to change, skill and will is very important to understand what's happening in a culture and why bottlenecks are created. We don't like to say that people are deliberate in causing things to not be successful, but we have to realize, the real world that we're living in. So yeah, or it might be the process. We then looked at focus groups, gather everybody together to see what the feeling is, take that opportunity as the facilitator to look at. You can see a lot in terms of how people engage within each other to find out, are there other things on the ground going on? We then talked about observations. So as somebody who's in that position, to actually go amongst your people as they're working to see, how does the day flow? You might actually be able to see what those sort of bottlenecks or areas of resistance may be, and some anonymous opportunities for interviews. After facilitating and seeing how people engage, maybe not pick people out, but interview everybody one-to-one. Then you remove that where people may perhaps be uncomfortable to speak openly, they will share more privately, etc., etc. So similar along Anand's theme. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I like that point about the cultural resistance and the whole resistance to change, because especially with softwares, if people are so accustomed to using a software, if they know the company is introducing a new software for efficiencies, you always have to remind them too. Sometimes your job is safe.
Yeah,
you will be reassigned to another area, because I think that pushes up the ante with resistance. Because
am I doing myself out of a job by being so efficient with this new efficient process? I lose my, it's real. The fear is real.
Yep.
I like the new term that was coined, Liz, skill or will, because it says so much.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Those three words, that phrase says so much. So thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, I wrote that down too, skill or will, I'm getting some good things today. Yes, Aaron, you wanted to say
yes,
something.
one cautionary tip. So when we spoke about observation, we called it walkthroughs. But the thing is that when people know that they're being observed or being taken through walkthroughs, if it is good, they tend to exaggerate it on the good side, and if it is bad, so you really gotta be a little skillful, a little balanced when you observe, because if they want to make the system look well, if the system is really them, they can really, especially if you're not technical too, right?
That's right. Yeah. I've experienced that too. Yeah. And Aaron, her too, right? With IT systems and resistance. Yeah. We have to be careful too, because it could be skewed in different directions depending on what they want you to know or see. So you have to be skillfully observing them along the way. Anybody did the second one? Anybody did case 2 would like to share? We just take one more group.
And before I lose the thought, just to share, sorry.
Sure, no problem.
Too much, but there's one that there's a show on television that is called Where the Boss Goes Down, and I don't know that there's the boss goes down. I forget what it's called. Which is, I think, is an excellent thing if you can do it.
Undercover boss.
Undercover boss,
yes.
I love it. Thing if you can do it in organizations, so you can really get to the root of the problems. Even if you take a consultant to come and fix the problem, maybe you can introduce them and say, well, this is our new employee who's going to be working in the accounts department. I mean, there's a little,
We can be undercover Rotarians.
Yeah. So right, that's right. That's why you get put it in a different way. So it's not so you wouldn't be lying, but
Correct. No, but we could actually use our Rotarians from another club to be undercover Rotarians as well. You're attending a session. But yeah, I love that. I love to look at the undercover boss, because I think it really brings out, first of all, to me, it helps in succession planning, because you recognize now who are the persons pushing or driving this process. But they also, from a human part of it, I think recognize the persons who are having a challenge personally. And that's the part I also like about it, is that the help that they can get from that experience, sharing their own life story that helps them and helps the boss to recognize. Because sometimes as a boss, especially in a very large organization, you can lose touch. And that's one way of keeping in touch with your employees and what is happening. Anybody wants to quickly share a case 2?
Yeah, so our group did case 2, which dealt with customer service. And we thought that, first of all, we needed to know what were the complaints, what were the nature of the complaints that the customers were speaking of. Also that we figured that there should be knowledge. What it indicated was that there was a knowledge gap between what was being offered and what was out there. So staff needed to be trained in developing the knowledge of the products and services offered. And of course, a lot of that depended to the response from the staff depended on the policies and procedures of the companies. So all that was information that needed to be known by the staff. So the training had to be focused along that line, along that line. And then also a lot had to do with the method of service. How were the complaints received? Whether it's by what media was used to receive the complaints, face-to-face, telephone, emails. Again, staff had to be trained in the method by which they responded to these complaints using whatever medium they used. And a lot, of course, had to do with the efficiency of the organization. How were products being offered to the public? We thought that the efficiency of the organization had to be. So the trainer had to develop all these techniques for addressing the customer, the response to the customers, developing the staff that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you see, thanks, Leslie. You see, the customer service training is a very tricky thing, and lots of companies believe that it is because I have a complaint that prompts me to do customer service training. Now, customer service training is supposed to be ongoing. Like leadership training is not a one-shop thing, one-hop thing, and then you continue. It is just like training in your club. Yes, and what I'm saying is that even in your club, you need to have ongoing training. And it may be perhaps based on your evaluation, you did not achieve an objective. The last time we did this particular training, we identified the particular area, and then we hold another training session another time. But sometimes we keep repeating the same thing over and over again. And I always say, if you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, what? The definition of madness, right? You have to change it up, and you have to also see what is happening, why it is happening, and so that you can make those changes along the way. Training could be exciting, and you can make it exciting if persons want to train and if they have a part in deciding what is actually they're being exposed to. So keep them engaged and involved at all times. All right, so we'll stop there. I trust that the other two groups who didn't get to present would have had a meaningful discussion, and that we would all learn from what was shared just a while ago. So let me just go back to screen sharing. Let me hide this bar that keeps coming up. Hide that. Right, so we finished that. So let's move to learning objectives. And I just have a question for you. What is your thoughts on learning objectives? Do we need to have objectives? Do we really want to waste time? We know the problem, so let's just go straight into designing the training program. What are your views on coming up with objectives? Oh, geez. Stop share. So you see, my problem is that if I do that, don't get back my floating top. Yes. What are your views on objectives? Hopefully you would have read some of what notes that I would have sent. Learning objectives.
It's definitely something that we need. It allows you to focus on what it is you want to, what knowledge you want to share. It defines the scope of the learning experience for the trainer, for the persons being trained. They will know what it is that they're expected to learn, or what of the session, what it is that they will need to do or learn to do. So it guides them in the whole design process. When you have that, then you can focus on your design elements, what to put in, what activities to put in. It guides the whole process.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's right on point. Terry, thanks for your comments. It is the whole process. It really drives how you design, plan, and execute your training program. I always say that even with like in strategic planning, if you don't know where you're going, any road can take you there. So you have to have a plan, and setting your objectives really is setting out the framework in which they can guide your process. So let me read some of the comments. Objectives are essential, Michelle says. Not a waste of time at all. That's important. Current setting to set the pace for what you're trying to achieve. Yes, it does. Did I have any other comment? Oh no, okay. Not to waste time. Think learning objectives are important, like anything that we do. We need goals that we are working towards. Absolutely, we need to know and how we're going to get through to that goal. It sets limitations and expectations of training. Yes, it does. Thanks, Anand. Aims and objectives. Yes, objectives are necessary, provides a point of reference, essential, otherwise you're throwing corn. Oh, so you're planting corn. Not to evaluate your success, indeed, yeah. So it is, we all agree that it's very important because it really sets the tone for how your training program will move from point A to point B. And, it guides you through the process because, a lot of times, like the quote said, we do training program with no objectives, and obviously at the end of it all, we don't achieve anything. And they do have training programs like that. I can tell you that, yeah. Where there's no set objectives, there's no expectation at the end of it all what persons are expected to do. And let me just share back my screen. All right, so yeah, it's important. This is how a program is developed based on the needs. We set a plan and we adhere to that plan. That the objectives actually help you to do that, and it directs the flow and it measures the outcome of it. So this is just some key points on setting objectives. We look at the expected outcomes, what trainees will be able to learn or do. Now, sometimes, I always remember before I started training and before I was actually trained as a trainer, I used to just think of a statement. But when you're doing training, the objective is something that it is an action statement. It is what the person is able to do at the end of it all. Like, for instance, let's say we're doing events planning, a training in events planning, what it is that they're expected to do. Plan an event, expected to be able to list the points, in developing an event or developing an events plan. All of those things, it has to be an action statement. What is expected at the end of it all. You will note in the program outline that I would have sent you, I had described in brief the training cycle from needs analysis through to evaluation. That is something I expect each person to know at the end of this program. You should be able to understand this cycle and how to measure the impact of each leg of the cycles. And then, of course, you'll have the opportunities to present as well. I mean, I was very brief in that, but when you are actually doing training, you need to have doing statements. So yes, the processes that need support, the activities and discussions, because as you plan, once you set your objectives, you can now flesh out the training program and you can look at what activities you need based on your surveys that you would have done. You would know the persons in terms of their entering abilities and what you need to do at that time. Identify any challenges along the way, and you could do that by surveys as well. The objectives must be related to the goals as well, because it must be improving particular situation that you're looking at. It must be realistic, relevant, attainable, and measurable as well. All right, Anand raised his hands. I got a message from Lisa. Anand raised his hands. Anand?
Yeah, Liz, I just wanted to know, how important is it for you to share the learning objectives prior to the training, maybe when you're recruiting participants for the training? I know some trainers tend to share it maybe after or on the day of the training. What's the best practice?
The best practice is to share it prior. Share as much information prior, particularly the learning objectives, because at that time, especially with adult learning, it's like, oh, well, I don't need that training because I'm not interested in that. So it's important that you train it. I mean, you share it prior to the training. And that is why you do a program outline. The program outline would have a brief, as to what this program is all about, but then it drills down into the objectives of the training. So yes, the answer is an emphatic yes. It's always best to share prior to the activity, because it also helps the persons to prepare as well, because they might read and research, because there are always smart people in that group. Trust me on that. Smart people might ask you a question that you can't answer, and that's fine. If you can't answer it, you put it in the parking lot. I copy that from PDG Lara, put it in the parking lot and get back to them. But it helps them to prepare. And for the smart ones who like to prepare to do research, it gives them an opportunity to do that as well. So we identify any challenges prior with the survey, especially when you now dealing with a diverse team. With Rotarians, we don't have a problem because we most likely will be dealing with our club members who we actually know. And the objectives is obviously to improve situations. So for instance, let's say you were doing service projects training. One of the objectives could be, should members be able to prepare a project proposal? At the end of it all, should be able to prepare a project proposal. Or members will be able to give an impromptu 2-minute speech if you're doing presentation skills or public speaking. So those are some of the actions that you expect at the end of a training session on public speaking, or you're writing proposals for Rotary. All right, in preparing as well, and this is just an extension of that. Like I said, this program is highly condensed because of the time factor that we have. We plan, we gather information, and this is preparing to move to preparing your presentation. And this is kind of like a plan. You gather information. Now, once you've done your needs analysis, you've identified what the issues are, you've now stated your objectives, you now have to know, you know exactly what it is that you want to do, and you now have to start gathering your facts, because the objectives will determine what things you need to be able to gather your facts, where you need to get information from, and all of that. So you gather your information, and now you're going down to identifying the contents and the techniques that you're going to use. Are you going to use role play? Are you going to use case studies? What it is you're going to use. This is part of the content. And I always believe in engagement. Engagement, remember what we say, experiential learning. Adults learn by doing. They learn by remembering, they do, they see, but actually doing makes them remember things a lot more. And also great stories. Great stories, people remember any concept. You share a story, I think that's a winner. A story which is a real life experience, you share, they don't ever forget that concept. And of course, you select your resources, and you allocate your time, because you have to make sure that you have your time set out where you could make sure that you cover the topics as set out in your program outline. And I'm trying really hard this morning to make sure that we keep within the timeline that we've set out in that program outline that would have been sent to you before. And that's the reason why I sent it to you before. So you can also plan your day, or if you have to exit this program at any time, you know when you need to come back, because it might be an important area that you're looking to listen to. So this is just a little brief on your planning and preparing, and that's very important. Don't believe because you know the topic, you can sleep and talk about it, that you don't need to plan. You need to plan every time, all the time. Plan and practice, because you never know. Like I said, you also have to keep abreast of what is happening globally, regionally, locally, because sometimes you may have somebody in the audience that might ask a question that requires some information from you. All right, every planning, you begin with the end in mind. Oh yes, you're talking about Stephen Covey. That's a Stephen Covey, one of the points of a successful person. Event planning, you begin with the end. Okay. Generally, people like certainty and predictability, so share objectives prior to help them in that regard. That's very true. Don't take the prep process, any topic is granted. Yeah, Covey is really good. Yeah, very inspiring. He's a pastor, by the way, as well. Maybe that's why. All right, so that's this slide. All right, so this is really when you're going through to come up with your plans in terms of your sessions, which is very important. You look at your concepts. You look at identifying who's going to be your facilitators, because it's very important to know upfront based on the topics that you would have selected, that you have the requisite facilitator. And if it is that you have to pay the facilitator, that's important as well as part of the of your budget, because it's also the venue. If you are going to use a venue that you have to pay for, especially with Rotary, you may or may not get a venue free. This is when you're doing face-to-face, but if you are doing on Zoom, there's no venue cost. If you can get facilitators that just do volunteers, that's even no cost as well. But I just put this in because as you doing other training, you may want to keep that in mind. Session plans are very important because the plan is each session must have an allotted time. And in my time, I have experienced that the maximum of 60 minutes, it could be shorter for one plan in between that and activity, because people get bored on Zoom. Even in person, people get bored. So make sure that your session plans are so scaled to make sure that you have an activity for a stretch of plans. Of course, you research and organize your material and you prepare your pre-work. I always love to send material upfront. A lot of facilitators don't like persons to have, they say, oh, people come in the room and they're reading. I said, you know, sending information upfront gives them a better role in terms of preparing and participating. Some don't like to do it, but I guess each his own in terms of style of, but pre-work material upfront, pre-read material, and a lot of programs now that are done online, online now require you to do pre-work. It's one of the requirements to do pre-work, and you have to submit might be something you would have to submit, some writing or something you have to submit. But again, you get a sense of who's really serious about this. So you can do pre-work, you know, as part of your preparation as well, and determine how you're going to deliver this presentation as well. Are you going to do it, you do a face-to-face presentation? Are you going to use PowerPoint? And please, you don't always have to use PowerPoint. You can have a presentation that engages persons and you do role play exercises, or you blend it, have a combination of how you deliver that presentation. Because, you know, Zoom, people are zoomed out. So we have to be very careful with that as well. Not just there, people talking, you know, people get there, at least now, I think probably 18 months later, people are just tired of listening and seeing you go through a deck of slides. So we have to be careful with that if we're going to do training on Zoom. Of course, arranging the location and setting the dates are very important. It's good to send out the pre-readings at least 3 to 5 days before. And of course, rehearse, because rehearse also gives you an opportunity to set your time limits on how you, you know, move from section to section, because sometimes you might get a question and you could get carried away. You have to bring it back to make sure you stick within the time limits, which is what I'm trying to do right now. Any questions? Let me see. I see. You can offer presenters Rotary tokens if they are doing your training free. Okay, yeah, that's something that you can also, you can make a contribution to the Rotary Foundation as well on behalf of that person, the name of that person. That's what we call the flipped classroom pre-work, including assessments. Yes, cool, yeah. Professor Aaron, thanks. Yeah, you offer, yeah. What are Rotary tokens? Like a cup? They're guest speaker cups, the things, anything. But like I said, I think a winning thing is to also give them an opportunity to make a presentation to the Rotary Foundation on their behalf, or to polio fund on their behalf as well. So those are some of the things you can actually give. There are lots of merchandising items that are available as tokens. All right, so the training methodologies, know your audience, self-instructional options, meaning that you can actually send manuals ahead of time, and always good to do that, like I said, because some people learn by reading first, and then they come to your session to now clarify information. And the RI Learning Center is just a reminder, don't reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of topics there that you can actually send the persons to, and then you have a discussion, or you have your meeting and you go through that with everybody if you can. I don't know. It depends on your club and how they will respond to that. But the idea is to use your meeting opportunities, because I know most clubs still meet online. Well, some of them blended. Some of them have gone back to face-to-face for some meetings, but you still meet 4 times. Most clubs in the district meet 4 times per month. You can use one or at least once a quarter as an engagement for training for the entire club. Or if you have identified selected leaders, incoming leaders, perhaps you can have a session in between your meetings with them. And remember what I said, you know, people learn by doing, the adults learn by doing, they like to do things. Confucius say, I hear and I forget. I see and I remember, I do and I understand. Absolutely important. And not a stretch break. Anybody wants? Yeah, I think it's time for everybody to take a stretch break or a washroom break at this time. So let me stop share. And you can take on, we can have a discussion, those who are in the room. So far, how are we going?
Excellent. We're going good.
Doing good.
Very good. Thanks.
Giselle, your team was running out. They want to finish off anything now while we have that 3 minutes.
I don't know, Abraham.
Amy's in your team.
No,
Come on,
Julian,
Amy.
Julian was supposed to report. Julian was taking notes.
Julian was taking notes, but we didn't finish. We didn't finish.
Well, just give us what you have.
Oh gosh. It's Julian boy.
Yes, yes, yes. I heard my name.
If you wanted to share.
Yeah, sure. Let me check the notes over here. We did the assignment number 2 about the customer engagement issue, and we focus actually in one point. What we did is how to collect the data as fast as possible, how to assess as fast as possible. That was our major discussion, and it was wonderful because we had a multicultural team with a diverse opinion and the way to approach this. And one thing we had in common, we knew it's about assessment and making a survey. And but the thing became hot when we started to who. and it was wonderful because at the end we compromised and said yes, it's about understanding the management of what kind of the spectrum, but also understanding the needs of the operation. And when collecting this data, then we have enough knowledge to train the people. So that was one of the biggest points, understand the management and also understand the operation. So put emphasis in the stakeholders. The next thing was understand as a third person, as a trainer, the context of the company. So the country, the business itself. So the context we think is also really important to understand before doing a training. And there was also a wonderful discussion about, but who is actually the final decision maker? Is it the CEO, or should we talk more with the HR manager who has actually many influences about this kind of approach training? And we feel like it depends again about the cultural aspect, because some of us thought, no, the CEO is the one, because he is the man or the woman. She has to say the last, take the last decision. But other members thought, no, the HR is the one who is paid for this, and they should take the responsibility to take the final decision. So this discussion led us to say, well, we have to also consider the culture in this. So summarizing, surveys is important, talking with 2 different stakeholders, not only one, understand the business itself, its context, and take into account the cultural aspects.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know you are from Aruba.
Well, a lot of people think that. I live right now in Curacao. I have this Aruba sounds like Papimento, yes, but I'm born in Colombia, South America, Colombia, yes, and living for quite a lot here in Curacao, yes.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you so much for your contribution. Makes sense. Anybody else want to add anything before we continue? Kenneth, you wanted to make a point? Always good to hear from you, Professor.
No, I'm on holidays. He did excellent. My concern was why are we getting that black square or that black line on top of your presentation?
I know it's because I have my floating menu there. I'll try to move it away.
Because sometimes we don't see what the top.
Okay, the top. Okay, all right, good. I'll move it away all the time. But I'm just leaving it there because that helps me to come back to the Q&A box quickly. All right, but I'll try to move that. All right, I think we're all here again. So let's Triana went out and come back in. Somebody had a question.
Yeah, people, it's just a quick question.
Sure.
Just to add a little clarity, I want to put it in chat. May have been slipped. Should we always have, when we're designing training programs, should we always have and share this with the participants, objectives and outcomes?
Yes, it's objectives and expected outcomes. Absolutely. Very important. Anand had asked that question as well in the chat. Yeah, you might have missed the response. Yeah, it's important for you because I think it's important for the participant to ensure and understand what they're actually getting into. And they decide at that time, this is not for me. I'm not interested in this because this is not something that I will use. And so if I don't, and you know, if I don't go, I wouldn't miss anything because I'm not interested. But objectives are very, very important. And like I said, objectives has to be doing statement. You expect them to be able to do something, recite something. Perhaps if you're teaching them about the Rotary's basic principles in terms of the guidelines, in terms of how you act as a Rotarian, the 4-way test, object of Rotary, you expect at the end of the program, they'll be able to recite the 4-way test. This is for new Rotarians, or be able to explain one or the other of one of the objectives of Rotary. So yes, it has to be a doing statement, and it has to me, I don't know, every facilitator does things differently, but I always believe in sharing objectives along with the program outline, scaling down to the timeline that you're spending on each topic as you're actually go along. And I'm looking at my schedule and I'm seeing we're still within time. Yeah, somebody.
It would be good to know how many islands are represented here.
Well, if you can put it, yeah, that's great. Thank you, Hannah. Put where you're from, the country or island. Remember, country too, right?
Yeah, country. Yeah.
Country or island that you're from, so that we get a sense of. Renata's from Guyana. We have St. Lucia. We have Trinidad, Barbados.
I know we have Dominica in the house.
Yeah, I saw Dominica, yeah. We saw Grayson. Whenever I see a name like Stedman, I think of Oprah. Curacao is here. Label Julian is from Curacao. St. Vincent is in the house. Wow, good. Good to see you, Donette. T. St. Kitts, of course. Yeah. Is in the house. Trinidad, Tobago. Oh, Genevieve is from Tobago. I didn't realize that. I thought she was
didn't even know that. Which club, Genevieve? Tobago South, is it?
Triana. Triana is a fairly new Rotarian. Balmati, Trinidad. Hi, Nat. Nat is here. Martinique in the house.
Nats, I didn't even recognize.
Yeah, I didn't realize Nats.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing on the work to do today. You're missing the work, right?
Well,
I
we
was
saw
there.
no
I was there.
we saw no French registration prior to the start today, so we didn't worry to engage our translators.
No
Hi,
problem.
Marlon.
No problem.
Yeah. Trinidad is represented wide. I mean, it's almost like every club in Trinidad is represented. Yeah. But we all know that Trinidad has the most clubs. Yeah, you know, hoot hoot, right? We know that Trinidad has the most clubs.
20.
I thought it was 21. 20?
No, don't forget Tobago. Tobago.
22, 22.
22. There you go.
22, yes.
20 plus 2.
20 plus 2.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's go back. We're doing good time, so let's just go back to share my slide and try to remove that. So it means that somebody needs to remind me when if there's a question in the chat box.
So who's from the United States?
Who's from the United States? Or maybe that's their sign-in. Remember that is.
Where's Aaron from?
He's from Guyana, but he's in Canada right now. Aaron is Aaron. He's from Guyana. He's the president of the Rotary Club of Garden City, Georgetown, Guyana.
Oh.
Yeah, and the latest kid on the block in Guyana. All right, your delivery modes. We talked briefly on this, so I won't go into it in any great detail. And then you have some notes from me. Modified lecture. Remember what I said? This deck of slides thing on Zoom and even face-to-face could be frustrating. It could be too boring for some people, because when you see people start to look down on taking out their phones or start making their market list, it means that you need to either re-engage them, stop your PowerPoint slides, and probably do a role play or a case study or something. So you always need to have something in your back pocket when you're doing training, just in case you need to switch or you need to change the delivery method based on your engagement. Sometimes they just won't have discussions, and that's fine. You should be able to switch as a facilitator to accommodate the needs and responses of your attendees. Role play exercises is very important, and of course the simulation, which is giving them an opportunity to be on stage for a second or two. All right, so these are, you can use a combination of these, you could use one or two of them, but I use a combination because I think it really helps a lot with engagement. And today we are actually doing very good in terms of engagement, even though it's on Zoom. We had a breakout room, we're getting information on the chat. Some of you are opening up and speaking. I wish more people can speak though, because I can hear you faster than I can read you. All right, so this is just really, and now presentation skills is something that is a subject matter by itself. That's a subject by itself. So public speaking, presentation skills, and like I said at the beginning, I did preface this presentation by saying this is a 5-day program crunched into a day, because we know everybody is busy, and we know that we're not training you for, like Aaron is a professor at the university, we're training you to be relaxed as a facilitator and be able to engage your Rotarian without taking them back to university or back to school, or making them feel as if their school is a learning environment. It has to be a fun, relaxed environment, that people open up, want to participate, and all of that. But presentation skills is something I think every club should be doing in order to prepare your leaders, your next generation of leaders, because there are times when persons are very knowledgeable, but they can't communicate that, they can't deliver that knowledge because they're not trained in that, they don't feel confident in it, and I guess too, most important, nobody prepares because they think they have it all in their head. We still have to prepare. You know, as a trainer, I prepare all the time. You know, I was preparing up to 10 o'clock last night. I woke up this morning at 5 o'clock and I was still going through my slides, picking up, doing some more research along the way, just to make sure that I am actually prepared so that I'll be able to deliver a presentation and communicate a message to you, and you'll walk away with something at the end of it all. So Presentation skills, very important. There's a whole topic that you can do as a session by itself. But in your presentation, it's really just 3 components of your presentation. There's introduction, which is where you show your content or your roadmap, whatever you want to call it. But that is telling the persons, telling them what you're going to tell them. So you tell them what you're going to tell them, then you tell them, and then you summarize by telling them what you have told them. So that's the introduction, the main body, and the conclusion. What I also feel that is important in any presentation is not to give too much concepts, share too much concepts, because after the 3rd concept, people lose interest. And that's why you would see in this presentation that I focus on needs analysis as one of the main issues in the cycle, which led on to a case study which looked at the entire cycle. So you don't want to just be loading on information. And if you have handouts, that helps as well. But making sure that your presentation is done in a logical, sequential manner is most important, and that engages individuals as well via case studies, role play exercises, and always give them the option of coming up with something that they want to come up. That's adults, because sometimes you give 2 topics or you give 2 areas and like, I'm not interested in that. Allow them, don't fix it. Nothing is fixed, it must be flexible. Give them an opportunity to come up with something of their choice. And that's why even in our group presentation, you can come up with anything you want to come up with. So give you that opportunity. So always remember, there's the introduction, there's the main body, and there's the conclusion. You need to conclude. You need to sum up what you have told them. All right. So you tell them it. You tell them what you're going to tell them. You tell them it, and then you tell them what you have told them. 3 main parts of the presentation. Now, this is the end of the training cycle. And this is where I think is most important as well, for you to get feedback as to, did you make an impact? Are these people walking away with something? What are the key learnings? Was it appropriate? Were our objectives achieved? And that's why if you set your objectives, you'll make an estimation at the end via a one-to-one asking a question, or you can have your survey, your feedback form circulated, which we have already done. So that has been circulated, right, Luana? So that you can send the responses back to Luana when this program is finished, either later today or perhaps tomorrow, or as early as possible. So we get a feedback from you as to whether this program done in the format that it's done is a 5-day program done in 1 day, whether you felt that we probably needed another day. People will probably think so, but we don't want to take up a lot of your time, and the training committee has a lot more information to share with you. We just wanted to make sure that at least those who are going to do training, there's a systematic way of doing it, sharing with them a systematic way of doing it, at least one way anyway. And 2, that we have a common thread throughout the district in terms of training and delivering training. So we looked to see whether the objectives were achieved. We looked at what was the good parts of it and what were some of the pitfalls of the sessions. Were the sessions too long? Did we engage in a discussion too extensively? Did we, lose a lot of time on areas that are not terribly important, and then the important areas we fell back in terms of time? Were we able to identify future participants, future leaders in the club? Because of an engagement in a training, you'll be able to identify individuals who might be showing an interest in leadership positions, who might be showing an interest in want to be doing PR, doing projects. All of those things come out in an evaluation exercise, because you always give them the opportunity to say what they want or what they're looking for the future, for the next set of training. And of course, you're gathering data all the time for all the future training. And you have access, of course, to the future leaders, because succession planning in clubs, and I think this is where we are also falling down, because there are many clubs where presidents are being repeated. And we're just recycling. Well, I don't want to say it in a bad way, but we're just recycling. And we do have people in the club. So we have to start very early in identifying our future leaders of the club and giving them the opportunity, or presenting an opportunity for them to learn about their roles. Because a lot of times, and I think I said this before, a lot of times people don't take on roles because they think, oh, that's a lot of work. because they don't understand what the role entails. And another time people take it on not knowing what it entails, and then they can't do it, they can't deliver, but they stay on board because they want to be, they want to have it in their CV as they served as a director or in a particular position. So it's about status for some persons, but we need to give the opportunity to every person to understand the roles and that's a training by itself, the roles and responsibilities of every committee. So you share with them very early so that you prepare persons to think ahead. This is an area I would like to serve in. I would like to see as we go along as a district, people coming to say, I would like to serve as president. I would like to serve as VP. Oh, I'm interested in being a treasurer. I would like to see that in the district, and not people trying to scrape a board and put a board together because, you know, you have to try to coerce and convince persons. I want to see people stepping up and saying, I want to serve. I want to serve because I think I'm ready to serve. And being ready to serve is being prepared. And your opportunity as a club trainer is to provide that preparation tool. Any questions or comments?
Liz,
No?
except Liz, I would say that based on what you're saying, what you find people saying is, oh, they have no time for that. Yeah. I think if they have time to be in Rotary, they should commit the time to serve in Rotary.
Yeah. Yeah, and you serve in different ways. You serve in different ways. And I mean, I believe that RI wants us to all be as professional as we can be. And hence, that's why the Learning Center is expanding and exploding as far as I'm concerned in terms of topics that are available there in the Learning Center. It is to try to prepare our next generation of leaders and not just be in a position because you want to tag it on to your CV. You want to be in a position because you're excited about it and you want to give 150% of your time, effort, and everything. Because yes, we have persons who say they don't have time, but yet they take on the role of serving in a committee or heading a committee, but yet they don't have time. So I always say sometimes, you know, if you don't have time, let us know upfront. And even if you take on a role, because we don't want persons to lose their jobs or have problems with their families, it is to say very early, yes, I've taken on this responsibility. Yes, I've said I could attend this training, but I can't. Could we have an alternate? So always have an alternate and always say upfront. I think it's only respectful and professional to say upfront, I cannot make this. I can't make the deadline. Don't wait until near to the deadline and the actual deadline and everybody's searching for you and then you can't make it. I think that doesn't augur well as Rotarian. That's not the spirit of Rotary. And we understand that there will be times when you are very busy in your work, in your home life. We have so many other competing things in our lives these days. I think Rotarians in the leadership position, even in the district, understand that happens. But we need to say early. All right, if there are no other comments, this is just a summary.
Hi, PP, Liz, I have one action, please.
Sure.
With me. Now, I just want to say as well, too, I think in terms of members looking at themselves, sorry, let me just put on my video. In terms of members looking at themselves as a understudy, I think each member in each club should look at themselves as an understudy, so you know that if there's a position to be filled, well, whether in your club or your district, I think the fact that you commit to Rotary, you should see yourself as an understudy for any position that is basically going to be upcoming. So I think too many times we wait until we are actually forced to be in a position, then we try to understand that position.
And how do you get Rotarians who have been there for 15, 20 years to appreciate new information?
You know, somebody asked that question, but in a different way before. You would always have those persons been there, done that. Oh, we did that before. We did that 20 years ago. I always like 20 years ago, no longer relevant any time now. But I think is if you sit with that individual, and you have to do that one-to-one, if you sit with that individual and you listen to that individual to find out what it is you did, because you can also benefit from past experiences. You can benefit from mistakes of others. And I think that is key here, benefiting from the mistakes of others. And I'll share a story with you once I'm finished here. Now, it's important for you to understand as trying to bring them into this new dynamic is to understand where they're coming from and to recognize that there are certain basic standard things that still apply. And if you recognize and appreciate those common things, I think that is one way of winning them over to you, because you will now share this is what is happening new now, Liz. This is the new dynamics that is happening. But appreciating their point of view, I think, is where the problem lies, is that I don't want to listen to you because you're dated. You just throw them out, and you're dated. We don't want to listen to you. We're not interested in what you're saying because you're coming with another old idea. But you can benefit from their experiences, good and bad. You can benefit from it.
I don't know how many people have done RLI, but after doing RLI, I realized how ignorant I was in terms of Rotary. I mean, I've been a president 3 times, but now I recognize, what was I really doing as a president without all that knowledge? And this.
Yeah.
What is RLI?
Rotary Learning Institute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You see, again, what is so that there's a lot of information that we don't even know of, and so that to impress on an old 20-year-old Rotarian that you still have information you don't know, really is quite interesting.
All right,
and that's my challenge.
Yeah, it's trying to get them on board with training as well. But you never stop learning. I always tell persons, you learn until you die. So it is not you learn one time or you've done something that you can't learn a new way of doing it. But it is trying to pull them along. And RLI is Rotary Learning Institute, which is not Rotary as such. It's an independent body that goes through 3 courses. I think Luana, yes, Nats is our RLI. She's on the call today. And yes, we do have the RLI, and they usually have run courses during the course of the Rotary year. I did ask Natalie, and then she said she will be communicating with the district government to find out when it is the next RLI training. And I totally agree, Kenneth. I did the first. I'm still waiting to do the second and third. But yes, it really goes into the workings of Rotary. It really gives you a good view, and it strengthens your knowledge. Because if you think you know it all, try RLI, and they'll be explaining all about the objectives, how they become what it is, and what each objective represents, and what is expected of you as a Rotarian, with all of the guidelines of Rotary.
Liz, just to add what you said, and to address Kenneth's point, this is why we've been encouraging clubs to run a session from the Learning Center during a club meeting, and then have a discussion. So it's not necessarily training, but it's more like a wrap session where you can share your views, you can learn from the older ones, and the younger perspectives are also appreciated by the older ones when you do it as a wrap rather than a formal training session. So utilize your club meetings in a more meaningful way to impart training.
Yeah.
May I ask a question about that? I'm new to Rotary, just a year, and I'm club admin. And would there be any particular sessions on within that platform that you think might be a good place to start with?
Well, session 1, and we will, and Natalie is looking into running RLI sessions, but session 1.
Not the RLI. I think, was it Luana that was just talking about using modules from the learning resource to, I've forgotten the name of it.
The Learning Center. The Learning Center.
The Learning Center.
Learning Center. This is why, Tanya, it's important for you to do a needs assessment in your club to find out what the needs are and the gaps are, and that would inform what sessions you need to do. Maybe introduction to Rotary, which is the obvious first one that we would encourage Rotarians to do, especially new Rotarians. It might not be relevant to your club because you don't have new Rotarians. So you might want to. No. I mean, when I say new, like I'm Rotarian for 1 year old. No, you already had your first birthday. You're not new anymore.
Oh my God.
No, do your needs assessment.
There's too much to learn.
Yeah, do your needs assessment and document it so you can see clearly where the gaps are. And that will inform the sessions that you will download. Some of them are just 20 minutes, and it can really make for interesting discussion for another 20 minutes.
Right. Yeah. That's a really great idea. Thank you.
You can access the Learning Center via myrotary.org, logging in with your Rotary.
I actually used it personally myself for club admin and secretarial training and a lot of those things, but I'd never thought of using it as a club admin activity at one of the meetings. So,
A great way to expose persons, because there are many Rotarians who've been Rotary for years, have never been in the Learning Center. I can tell you that. Never been in the Learning Center.
and looking at our membership list, I'm surprised at how many people don't even have my Rotary account.
And there you go. Maybe you have to start there. You have to start in getting everybody on my Rotary. As a matter of fact, you know, last year, because I'm the club trainer for Garden City, we did what we call, it was a scavenger hunt. And the scavenger hunt took them all over the place to RI Learning Center. It took them to the district website. It took them all over because they had to go and get this. And they were in teams. This was highly competitive. Matter of fact, we didn't even think, the membership director and I never felt that this thing would have been so competitive. It would have been so competitive. They all had to go to the Learning Center to do, because they were each in groups. And in each group, we assigned a senior Rotarian to provide guidance if they have any questions or anything, but they had to complete the session and show the certificate that they've completed the session in the Learning Center. And each person, they got a point. So if you had 5 persons in the group and only 2, well, then you lesser chances of you winning that. But it was highly competitive. It was fun, and everybody at the end of it all realized that this was a great opportunity to connect with each other, to urge each other on, but it was also a great learning experience because they had to learn about the bylaws. They had to say something about the bylaws, so they had to read the bylaws. So it was a fun experience. It was a very fun experience.
Would you share that with us? Because that sounds like a wonderful idea to steal from Garden City.
Well, you could actually. I think I got the clue from something that the district membership sent out somewhere along the line there. I could remember if I recall correctly, but you can use it, and you can use it for any topic. You could put protocols in there. You could put presentations, even presentation skills, if you want them to learn the nuts and bolts of presentation skills. You can use it for anything. So yes, I can share it. I'll share it with District Trainer Luana, because it was fun. I can tell you it was fun. And of course we had prizes, and everybody wants to get a prize. And everybody, it was like, after a while I think away, this is the house and lot. Why these people? Membership director said, Liz, I deal with these people because everybody calling me, asking, trying to find out, because you had a deadline in which to submit it to her, so that we could review it and look at your points. Of course, some people lost because they assumed certain things incorrect. And then we had a discussion. We went through every aspect of it and we discussed it. So those persons who would have missed an area, you could see they could have killed themselves because they thought that they would have been a winner. You know, it was like, sorry, you're not the winner. You missed a particular area. So having learning in the fun way, quiz competitions is also a good thing. Using little questions, like you're using your Sarge at the end of a meeting to ask a trivia question, you know, any topic that you can think about, you can actually use, but use in a fun environment. Rotarians like fun. They like to laugh. They want to interact. They don't want too much of seriousness. And so you have to be able to get them going with that kind of interaction and training. So it is not taking them back to ABC school, because anytime people hear that, it's like, oh gosh, another training. I'm not interested. I ain't got the time. But if you create,
I'm so happy you said that about the competition and the quiz and that session you had with the scavenger hunt. I have on my training strategy, one of the strategies to have quizzes with my club. So the very first thing I did was I called the topic My Rotary Club. And they were supposed to go and get information, and we had the quiz. And in fact, before I did the quiz, a couple of members said, "Bal, that's not a good idea for this club, you know." So I said, and then a couple of them said they were excited about it. So I said, listen, I will try. And listen, it generated such excitement. And there was argument during the quiz because people were saying, you know, there was whoever had correct answer, the first person with the correct answer in the chat was getting a point. And the incentive was at the end of this Rotary year, the winner is going to be given Rotary the winner would be sent $100 towards the foundation on their name. So that's an incentive that they have to look forward to. And it generated quite a lot of excitement. And I told the senior members not to take part in the quiz. But during the quiz, they were being verbal. And I said, no, you cannot be verbal. But it generated such fellowship and fun in the quiz. So they're all looking forward to the next one. And I am deciding, as we talk about the learning center, in fact, I did refer them to the learning center, and some of that, the idea and that quiz exercise is going to be based on a learning center.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Val, for sharing that, because that is how you can get excitement, and especially for the younger persons, because remember, you also have diversity in your clubs. Most clubs have diverse members, I believe. But you have to cater for a range of interests and ages as well. You don't want it to be all too boring. And people love well, I love competition. I love a competition. I love a quiz. I love a quiz competition. So yeah, those are things that you can actually do to get them all excited. And Rotarians love, at least I do, laugh at yourself and laugh at others, because sometimes you get expressions, you hear some of the things and you laugh about it, and that's how you create that bond and cement that fellowship in your club, doing these kinds of interactive sessions. And at the same time, you're sharing the knowledge, you're sharing information, and everybody is gaining at the end of it all, and it is a fun exercise. But giving little prizes, I think, always inspires person, no matter how people like to get anything free. Any little thing means something to them. So great initiative. So Aaron has said that, well, he's in Halifax, Canada. In Guyana, growing up, we were told children must be seen and not heard, but that certainly stifled our public speaking and presentation skills. And that is very true, because I mean, I've learned that long ago. You hear people saying that. Fortunately for me, my dad always used to say, Lizzie, you should become a lawyer. You like to ask too many questions. I'm like, Daddy, that's the only way that I will know and learn. But yeah, your the way you were brought up sometimes kind of retarded, and that is why, as new parents, people try to get their children to express themselves and try to get them talking, because you don't want, and you always know that you have like a TV interview with a child, one who's encouraged to speak out and the other who is just answering yes or no, or the ones who might not have been given that opportunity to speak out. Brendan said, I think that it's key getting persons interested enough to be willing to take up leadership roles. Yes. It requires succession plan in the current term to prepare those to follow. And to follow succession planning, of course, to follow means not just the next year. You're looking at 5 years down. The earlier you start that preparation, the better for every club. You don't have to worry anymore. And this is not a one term. It shouldn't be a one-term presidency. It should be a presidency for the life of your being a Rotarian. So you will now be the institutional knowledge to share. Some clubs may have past presidents committee with one of their objectives to mentor and find future leaders to ensure continuity of leadership. That's a great idea, to have past presidents committee. Some clubs actually have a past president serve as a VP every year to make sure that that VP helps to guide the process, especially for the new Rotarians coming on. Some past presidents don't like to be part of a committee because they see themselves as perhaps wanting to say too much, but they really need to take a background role and only speak up and not necessarily stifle the others' ideas or comments. Need to do a third one. What third one, Giselle? Need to do?
No, that's what we're talking about, RLI.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, well, I paid for 2 already, but I wasn't present 2 occasions. I missed it. I like that idea. Terry, what idea was it that you like? Share.
The scavenger hunt.
Oh, the scavenger hunt. Yeah. Great. I'll share the outline.
Thank you.
Lee said we have house teams in our church, and what we did to start getting persons to access it, we made it part of the house challenge. Each house had to do a course on areas of focus, and each had it's church or club, sorry, because you told me you're going to a church meeting. Gosh, your mind is something else. Each house had to do the course in the areas of focus, and they each had to present in 2 years. Great, good idea. some house challenge, they make their presentation and then they get points for those houses. It's great. So at the end of the year, you give an award, I guess. Yeah, that's good because it's throughout the year. It's just not a one-shot thing. When you said when we know the rules of Rotary, we can enjoy and move up, similar to any sport. That's true. And we are, I can tell you, from having gone to and looked at like at least 3 pets sessions online, or is it 2 we had? Some of the questions that the incoming presidents asked, I am so disappointed, because I'm thinking, if you are going in to serve as president now, surely by now, you should know some of these basic things. So we have a lot of work to do, Leslie, in terms of preparing our next set of leaders. And I mean, even now, District Trainer Luana, we need to emphasize and re-emphasize, this is not about you serving as president this year. It is about going on. Luana and I have already decided that going forward, I am picking up where she has left off. And so it is a whole process that will continue. So we don't be repeating the same thing over and over again in terms of topics and in terms of methods as well. We will see now how the panel discussion, I'm really excited about the panel discussion, because I think it's an excellent way of transmitting information and also getting more people involved, because there are a lot of people in the district who don't get a chance to talk, and they're confident they can speak and all of that. But we're trying to give as much persons in the district opportunities to share their own experiences, because that's what a lot of the questions, responses comes back from surveys that, well, they want to hear more about projects. They want to hear more about actual projects. They want to hear from other persons in other clubs of some of the projects that they've had and they were successful. I like the idea of a train, and it is not too confident they can co-train. Yes, it's always good to have deputies of every committee. And then when the lead moves off, the lead also serves in that committee to mentor the new person. So it is not the person just left on their own. You always have that person who would have served a year before. And if you can get people to serve 2 years in the committee, that's excellent. Because remember, by the time you say, nay, the year is finished and you're really getting into it, and it's January and the year is over.
Liz, going back to the thought you had just now about the committees, I was wondering if at presidents' meetings across the district, the AGs could continue to remind them that there is a trainer in the group. Because as you rightly say, when you go to a meeting, what each chair is doing, community service, vocational, but up to now, nobody's asked me anything about training. And when I do mention, it's like, oh, training, what, do we need to be trained? So I don't think there's a sensitivity within the group, the district, that, hey, we are here and we have a job to do.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
So that they will always ask you about every other thing and about training. So when I did introduce my some programs, it's like, who is it for? Especially if your group is small like mine. I mean, we are 17, and sometimes we only have 11 or 12 on a weekly basis. So that's where am I going with this? So I think that is an aspect we need to look at. How aware are the presidents and AGs of the district trainer or the trainer in the club trainer? Sorry.
All right. I'm sure Luana would want to respond to that.
Well, I would like to think they're very aware based on the correspondences coming out of our committee. It's just lack of will on the part of clubs. Many clubs have emailed me to say they don't see the need for a club trainer, or they don't have a resource to allocate to that very important position. A not so fun fact is that on average, when we analyze the attendance data for the pre-pets, 35% of incoming officers, and that includes the presidents and secretaries, the 2 critical positions, attended pre-pets. 35% across the district is very low. And it just speaks to the interest that Rotarians have in being properly trained. You know, just to complement the point Liz was making earlier, you know, training prepares you. I'm not sure what else we can do. We're trying at every level. But I'm not sure.
Maybe look at Leah's response.
Right. Okay. I mean, thanks, Lou, for that comment. Yeah. Just to, underscore what Lou says. I mean, we're trying, and it's year after year, lots are being put into trying to get Rotarians interested in training and knowledge about Rotary and the workings of Rotary and the workings of their club, because that's how they'll be able to lead properly. And so, Leah, I think that what is important, and I think you can probably take it back to your clubs, and District Trainer Luana could mention it to the AGs, is that the club trainer, like for instance, in Garden City, it's part of the board. It is in our bylaws as part of the board. In many clubs, it is not part of the board. So a club president who's not really interested in training, well, that ain't happen this year. Next year, you get somebody who, oh yeah, all gung-ho about training, and then it goes. Now, if it is embedded in your bylaws, it's going to be there all the time. It's going to be there all the time. Now, Abraham is saying training hesitancy in the district. Abraham, you want to share? Because I know we both serve on committees before in terms of training committees.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. It's basically to echo what Luana would have said and what you have been saying, and even some of the comments that came about. Interestingly, when we did many surveys over the last few years within the district where training is concerned, we actually saw the data telling us that directly, that the interest for training, the understanding of the need for training and preparing officers just isn't there. And hence the reason why we sought to make available training. On a positive side, on a positive note, I think the district is now really getting up to speed, maybe over the last couple of years, with respect to making training a lot more prominent as a part of the club's operation, the district's focus. And therefore, it's something that will continue the more that we provide opportunities. And not only that, but impress upon clubs, ask them to account for, hey, when we have, for example, the AGs, visiting clubs, ask them to account for, what has taken place where training is concerned. And hopefully over time, when clubs are realizing that, hey, we are being, if you want to say, assessed, measured, or being held accountable for our efforts in terms of training, maybe a new dawn may arise where training is now elevated to an integral part of a club's operation.
Thanks, AB. Yeah, that's very important. And yes, I totally agree, because I always remembered when I served as secretary in my previous life in the other club, I note that they had a district trainer. And I remembered calling the district trainer to find out what is available, because that's what we wanted to do at first. Like, oh, we're planning something. And I'm like, okay. Months pass, I contacted the person again. Oh yeah, it's in the planning. Well, up to this day, I've never heard. I never heard back from that person. I'm not criticizing that person. Maybe the role then was not so important, but I think that now it's much more important. It was always important, but it's even more important now because new leaders are coming up. The dynamics have changed in Rotary and all of that. But that's when I was appointed club trainer, and we decided then since 2011 going forward, we'll have a club trainer, because it is not just training because we're looking for new leadership. We need orientation training for new members coming in, because we need to orient them into the workings of Rotary, the workings of the club. We need onboarding training for new directors every single year. It doesn't matter if you're repeating it, you need to have onboarding training of directors. So board orientation of directors is very important. And because our system is where not all directors attend, I mean, all directors have always had an opportunity, at least over the last 2 years, for everybody on the board to attend training, everybody. But as Luana said, we didn't see that happen. We didn't see, only 35% of the district people who were supposed to assume leadership positions this year actually attend the training. So it is something that we have to work on. And I know that Luana through this year will work on through AGs, getting AGs involved, and because AGs are on the ground, and getting AGs to garner the troops on the ground, to get people motivated and get people on board and ensure that they actually come to the training sessions and see the importance of coming to the training session. But AB, it will take time. It will take time because this is it's something new, and over time, if we keep plugging at it, we will get through, because the first survey that was done 3 years ago it showed that we only had 50% of the clubs that had a club trainer and that actually do training. And trust me, it was those percentages that attended training over time. It was the very people who will continue to attend training. So you find that clubs that don't place a lot of emphasis on training was really not attending training session, continues not to attend training session. So we have to work through our AGs to galvanize, to get that coalition going in terms of getting it into the DNA of individuals, to think of training as part. If we make the training officer, training, whether club trainer, whatever you want to call the person, part of your constitution, part of your bylaws, I think no president who's not interested in it, they have to commit to that. They will have to commit to that. So it is to make sure that that is embedded in your bylaws, so that, yeah, it's because sometimes, you know, club trainer, well, I'm what? Club trainer sometimes is a side of the membership committee. And I think that is what is happening over time now, is that it is just some person in the club membership committee probably looks at that. So it is not a main focus. It is not, perhaps you don't have the size club to accommodate that, but the membership director or admin director could in fact be the club trainer as well to get that support going.
But it's also important for club trainers to do their needs analysis, because what we've been encouraging from the committee's standpoint is have the club trainer do the assessments, prepare a training plan for the year, and have it go to the board for discussion and acceptance. So then the club trainer doesn't really have to go back to discuss anything. You have your training plan, it's approved by the board. Ideally, it should be done prior to the start of the Rotary year, so you hit the ground running. You know, if that's not done, that's fine. There's still time. We're only the second month into the year. But then the club trainer now can go ahead and schedule training. And this is why we've asked that the training done at the club level, they do it in 3 different ways. Club level, where the trainers are supposed to deliver the training. Club level, where they get external resources, and district level, where they log into the training that we're going to be providing. And you see, because of the low attendance over the years, we moved away from the Rotary training, and we're now focusing on developing leaders. Rotary has to grow, and we always have to be cognizant of that. And Rotary cannot grow and remain the dynamic organization that it is if we don't train people properly. That's the bottom line, in my view. Right. So club trainers who are here, please encourage your, go and deliver a dynamic training program for the year. And, we've been engaging AGs. Kenneth was asking the question. We've been engaging AGs. Every single email that goes out from the training committee is copied to the AGs. Every single club, every single email to the clubs is copied to the AGs, because the AGs have an important role to play. But, on another note, though, Liz, Grayson had his hand up. I think he had a question.
Grayson, I don't see.
Hi, good day. Thanks. So our club has a club trainer, and he's on the call right now. This year, we have a very capable club trainer. But I was interested when you mentioned that the club trainer in your club is actually part of the board, and that is something that I've been wondering about, if the trainer should actually be a part of the board and how that would work. And if that is something that I propose to my club, how would you recommend I go about doing that? So,
well, I think that it's something that you can discuss with your board, your current board. When you have club assemblies, something you can also discuss. Well, when we form this new club, we want to make sure that training is embedded, going year after year. It's not just 1 year when a president who might be interested in training, and it happens that year. And so having it in your bylaws, it makes sure that that continues year after year after year. But start with your board, start a discussion with your board. You could refer to the session that we've had today, and it does exist, because I know that they have clubs that has the club trainer as a director on the board. Because remember, also, you again engaging another person in your club. It is not the remit of the membership director, but it's somebody who will exclusively look at training. And we know how important training is. We know how important training is. Like I always say, that even if that person can't deliver training, that person should be able to get resources in the club to actually deliver training outside of the club, within the district, coming to the district training committee. but it is something, those who don't have it in their bylaws, is something for you to consider. Bring it up at your board meeting, because if you want to raise the level of leadership and the quality of leaders in your club, you have to start doing training, and it has to be continuous. It cannot be a one-shot thing. You have to train the new members coming in. You have to orient them. You also have to train your board every single year. You have to have training. Now, the incoming, our district governor-elect, you know how much training Leslie and Sonia had to go through for the positions that they will take? Leslie, you want to talk about that? Mention how important RI views training as.
I've been in training since I was a governor nominee, and that was 1920. It's very intensive training, weeks of training. It's fun though. It's fun because actually now as the governor-elect, our training sessions end up with a fun session, and a lot of it is designed to develop the acquaintances between members. So right apart from the seriousness of the training, there's fun to it. So I mean, people should look at that. Training is very important and it's fun too. So it's intense, and that's the only way you get to know more about Rotary, by being trained in all aspects of Rotary. So it's a very serious matter. Every club, and Luana, I can back up Luana that she has certainly sent out emails to all clubs advising clubs that they should appoint a trainer for the club. So we have no excuse. Our club should all be armed with trainers.
Hi, thanks for that. Hi, Liz. Question here, more so from when I was AG some years ago in the Northwest cluster in Trinidad. One of the problems I found, there are many successes, of course, but one of the problems have been with some clubs who have issues at board level with some older members in the club. And how do such clubs have recourse, be it to maybe a committee at district level or to the DG, to handle such issues? So for example, we want to have training in a club, but you have some, maybe whether it be men or women, want to hold on to their ideals. That's a huge problem. That's one. Then you may have, of course, you have smaller clubs, you have larger clubs. I've seen those issues with small and large clubs respect to when it comes to setting members, the district conference. Some say that some clubs should have at least 25 members in the Caribbean, North American Caribbean. 25 members. When you have fewer members, it's a burden on members to serve. Not only recycling presidents, but also in terms of funding. How much you're going to charge members for your subscriptions to have a net surplus in internal operations? So some of these problems really exist. And I've seen currently, and even back then, where clubs have some serious problems. Now we have some clubs with huge memberships, such as Barbados and Suriname. You may have under 5 clubs, I believe, subject to confirmation in those 2 territories with over close to 100 members. Finance is not a problem there. I would think into the administration. But in other clubs where there are issues in particular with what I've previously mentioned, who can they turn to? Because training will be a problem. But some male members, we do have some clubs in the district, still male, there is still male dominance there. And I know past DGs, I know we have our current DG, Sonia, Leslie is coming on soon, hoping we can have all clubs with male and female members, but we do have some clubs in our district, maybe on one hand, still have only male members. So these are some problems which do exist that can affect the club trading. Because we may have some, in last comment, we would have some issues which should be dealt properly this way, but it's not. Whatever club trading you have, because some older members would say it should be, we go in a different direction. So who do we turn to at district level? And I think this is something I would like to put forward to the district.
Sure.
That treat with these problems. We hear how to treat with everything well, but when it comes to problems, no. Liz, you have to sort out your own house, but it's difficult. And the members then, they get the negative side of it because they say, I'm not going to serve at board level. I have to look at my high blood pressure, my sugar, my cholesterol. That ain't worth for me serving because I.
All right. Okay, Luana, you want to respond to that?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, you know, you try, just try. You know, there are over 70 clubs in our district, Robbie, and 31 have appointed a district trainer. 31 from over 70 clubs. That speaks volumes in my view. And like DGE Leslie can support me in that, I've sent out numerous mails encouraging. I'm actually working on a newsletter to see if I send it in a different format, if I will get traction. And we'll do tips and tricks to continuously encourage clubs to appoint a trainer. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. But you also have access to your AG. You know, your AG is the supporting arm of your DG. So the first line of attack is your AG. Go to your AG. Your AG is the one on the ground. The AG is closest to you. The AG knows the dynamics. The AG knows the culture and everything. And AG is the first person you can actually go to. But I mean, we have very active district trainers now, and Luana is a very active. So you can also resort to her. I mean, if it's anything to do with training and see what helps. But start with your AG. Your AG is the best person to start with. All right, so thanks for that.
And I'm happy to come and speak to clubs. I'm happy to do that. I just need notice, you know, time to prepare.
Luana, for sure. Okay, great. Thanks.
I just want to interject one comment here that a couple of people said to me that they don't like that term, club trainer. Maybe we should use a different term like education officer. And I remember when I was first introduced to the club as club trainer, I made comments like, you know, I am not here to lecture to you all, to give you all information on PowerPoint slides, like something that Liz was referring to earlier about boring people. I said, I am more of a facilitator, and there are a lot of members here who are much older than me, know more about Rotary than I am. But it is really to share information for us to have discussions and so forth. And so a couple of members said that they don't like that term, club trainer, that we should really say education officer. And just to make reference to what was happening before this new focus and this new trust that the district is taking, which I really want to commend the committee on. What used to happen before is that clubs depended very much on the PEPs training to train leaders, right? And also on membership chair to train or to do proper orientation programs and to train people who were coming in, because we've had problems before where some people would want to just bring in members without they having any exposure to Rotary and knowing what Rotary is about. So some of those members they left very quickly because they didn't have proper information and they didn't know about the financial commitments and all those things. So there have been training before, but not at an official formal level like it is being done now, which is important. Also to RLI is optional, but what we have to do is encourage members to participate in RLI. We always, you know, get just a few people buying into it, so to speak. So I remember that the discussion trainers from Florida said that they would give promotional videos for us to try and encourage members
people,
to take part in RLI. When we were doing the training program, they told us that, and we can always ask them for information like that, so we can run it with the clubs and get members to be encouraged to take training. So, you know, there was training before, but it was not in this organized way where we are more, where the district is focused more on really trying to get clubs to have a official club trainer or education officer, whatever they want to call it, because clubs they have had somebody, most clubs have somebody who bring information, like even the club administrator to the club, you know, and it is, I must say, commend the committee for this new direction that is being taken at district.
Right, thanks, Val. So let's move on to this last slide so that we can all break for lunch. I'm sure persons would be hungry by now as we conclude this this session. No, not that. All right, so this is just, let me hide this band at the top here. I floated right. Yeah, this is just a summary of what we would have done this morning. Very briefly, we know that as part of the training cycle, we learned a little bit about the learning process. We looked into how adults learn. We also looked at the needs assessment, which is very important in determining the way you need to move in terms of where you are and where you want to be. And of course, that is linked to it should be linked to your vision, what it is you're hoping to achieve. Are you hoping to achieve to do better projects, bigger projects, or perhaps are you looking to achieve a leadership succession plan? So all of that comes out or will come out in the needs assessment. And of course, like I said, learning objectives, very important because you need to know it's an action statement. It is not just a bland statement. It is something that the persons will be able to do at the end of it all. Looking at learning styles, again, as Professor Aaron mentioned, you could actually learn that prior by doing some surveys. Your delivery mode is also important. You can learn a bit about your audience before you do it, all as part of your needs assessment, because you could ask them how they want this session to be delivered, whatever session they suggested. And remember, like I said, in surveys, try not to get too qualitative because it's harder to analyze and to come up with what it is that the persons want. You list certain areas because in Rotary we know they're key areas, but always leave an opportunity for them to add any additional area. We look at our budget if it is that we doing face-to-face, delivery style, the audience has to be considered, the content developed, of course, and we make sure our timelines is very important because you don't want to bore persons by talking too much, include role plays, case studies, interjection along the way, and communicating our training. Communication of training is very important, meaning send your program outline up front, let people know the time slots, let people know what we're hoping to achieve. And of course, at the end of it all, measuring the outcome of your training. I don't know if there's any more questions or comments at this stage, but I would like to certainly break now because we're gone 10 minutes after. We're gone 10 minutes after our time was stated on our schedule. Any other questions? Because what we can do is you would have had, or I can, let me see, put it back on the screen. Let me go back here to just give you a little idea in terms of the group presentation. At this point, we will break you into your group. So you can either have lunch and have a discussion or go have lunch and come back. You decide as a group. It's going to be 5 to 10 minutes. You don't have to take 10 minutes if you don't want to take 10 minutes. These are some suggested topics we're looking at. But you can be creative and come up with whatever topic you want to come up with. Now, in terms of your presentation, introduce your group in terms of what it is that you're going to discuss. If you wish, every group member could take a minute to get a minute of fame, or if you want 1 or 2 persons, it's really up to you. I'm giving you the opportunity to determine how you want to deliver after you discussed it. Set the scene, of course, state exactly what it is that you're examining. Use some of the material because this is how I will review and give you developmental feedback on your presentation. Yeah, use some of the material that you would have learned this morning. Of course, it should be a logical sequential process in terms of your presentation. And like I said, be creative. You don't have to do PowerPoint. It's really up to you. You can do a poem, you can do role play, whatever it is you want to do. Do a skit. The important information is the clarity of your message and keep it in the timeline as well, because we will be timing you. And the use of visual aids is also good, whatever visual aids you want to use. I know it's kind of limited because of the fact that we are on Zoom, so you may not be able to use much of that, but it's really up to you. So that's in a nutshell what in terms of your presentation that I'll be looking and to give you some developmental feedback. And remember, you're in a controlled environment, you're with your colleagues, and even if you make mistakes, that's okay. This is where you need to make mistakes because in an organization, when I'm doing training in an organization, tell make your mistakes in this controlled environment, because outside of this environment, it can become very costly. Right? So let's all break for lunch, and it's well, okay, it's 12:18 now. I would say 15 minutes after 1 that we can resume. By then, the groups would have met in terms of getting their presentations together. All right, so Lisa, if you can put everybody, any questions or comments or smart remarks at this point before we break you up into groups?
Hi, Liz. Quick thing. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to join the session back this afternoon, but it's been a great morning. 4 things I'll take away: skill or will. 2, we've got to keep focusing on outcomes, because that will inform when we do our evaluation, what type of evaluation we do. So the training session is not the end. And I think we got to say it louder for everybody to hear. Training does not equal to a PowerPoint. It's not equal to a PowerPoint presentation. That's my takeaway from this morning. I'm sorry I may have missed the entire afternoon session, but it's been great.
All right, thanks, Colin. And any other comments? Smart remarks.
Just
looking for some smart remarks. Looking for some smart remarks.
Well, this is not so smart. I just want to encourage everybody to come back for the afternoon session, and because we're going to be emailing your certificates out, signed by our master trainer herself. So please come back. That's the token we're giving you, that you've completed the training of trainers by certified UE master trainer. So please come back. Don't eat your lunch and fall asleep now.
Or they can actually be in their groups, have their lunch and have it start a discussion.
Exactly.
You know, it's really up to them. Maxwell, you wanted to say something. You seem to be driving.
Great morning, but I have to pick up duty now. I will still leave my Zoom on so that I can see what's going on, but I may not be very active because I have to be working in between.
Okay, all right. Well, it's the same groups that we had. Is Maxwell, are you continuing?
Yeah, just craving your indulgence so that you are not active.
I didn't get quite the end of your conversation, but.
And I have to go to work now. So
Okay. All right, got you.
Active because I have to be seeing patients in between, you know?
Okay, all right, no problem. All right, Lisa, could you place everybody back into groups? You're allowed to turn your video. Well, you're in groups, so you can do whatever you want in the groups.
So one thing before we go, is it possible to allow us to share? Because we couldn't share when we were in a group before, share screens.
Oh, I don't know, Lisa.
No. It just made for better interaction, but it's fine, We'll work on that, Giselle, no problem. Just let me know who.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah. So everybody's going into their groups. All right, I go in off and have something to eat and come back. So see you guys in a bit.
Yep. I'll come back in at 1.
No worries.
I'm not seeing the group icon anymore.
You're not seeing it still, Maxwell? Because it's waiting for you to join.
I'm not seeing to join the intro. All right, good.
I'm back in now on another device.
Oops.
But I lost my group.
That's all right.
Only 12, 11 persons. I hope the rest are on their way in.
Caught in internet traffic. What's the matter with you, girl? Internet traffic. Hi, at this point in time, you know, it's just after lunch. So there we go.
This is going to be exciting.
Oops. Okay. So looking forward to this. Remember, it's no house and land, right? But we could always throw that in.
Marlon, I hope your group didn't plan hosting a Chip and Dale's event, you know. So when you said exciting there, I thought there's something, you know, we need to brace for.
So what happened is we got pulled out at a juicy parts.
Okay.
Right. So we have 30 persons. But while persons come in, what I can do is I can share what this scavenger hunt thing looks like with you. So let me just make sure I get it up. So this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like.
Oh.
So you would see that it has, and you know, like I said, you can actually use this for anything, any topic that don't, you know, require persons to, and I mean, we did it because of COVID. And, you know, we wanted persons to still stay connected, but at the same time be able to do some training. So you would see that, you know, we had to read, well, you had to find out certain things, had to join another club committee. We were trying to get people to join multiple committees so that they can learn, you know, I always tell them, because our club is new and we have quite a few, at least 21 new members. Some of them were former Rotary actors. But it also gives them a chance to get to know each other and also accelerate their learning in Rotary and the workings of the club. So you see, read the bylaws, explore the district website, 2 issues of the district newsletter, set up a membership profile in my Rotary. Everybody had to set up that, even if those who didn't had this, because you lose points on it. Explore the Learning Center and complete 2 topics. Again, we didn't tell them what topics they wanted. Obviously, we do topics that relates to their committee or things that they might be interested in. They had people doing event planning, PR. A lot of people were interested in PR and projects as well. So there it is. Hi.
Would you mind sharing that on the district trainers chat?
Sure. I just sent everything to Luana with a write-up on the a write-up on the actual going through the tasks and the points that were awarded to each category. I think I have that awarding on this itself. You can actually put it on this too, so it makes it easy. You don't have to do too many things to send the information on it, but use this for anything, any topic. We're especially on Zoom, but you break them up into teams. But in order to engage the older Rotarians, you try to you know, make them team leaders in the teams. All right. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I think we're all back. Well, it's 31 persons. We've all indicated in the chat, those who would need screen sharing, please. Well, group 4 is still delivering over, okay. Oh, that's why he says exciting times. We look forward to that one. Marlon said exciting times ahead. This is the best part of training the trainer. This is the time when you get a chance to be on stage. I call it the 1 minute of fame. This is your chance. In a face-to-face setting, I usually would encourage to have all the team members, even if it's just to introduce or to close, participate in it. But I know because of time constraints, we would not be able to do that. Some teams, if they divide out their timing properly, can in fact do that. But that's fine if we can't achieve that. But if you're doing any kind of where they have to do a case study or where you have to present, it is to try to include an area in groups. Let everybody get a chance to the 2 minute, 1 minute chance to shine. I think that helps a lot. The quiet ones step out, and we hear from everybody, and not just the ones who would speak out naturally. All right, so Luana, could you be our timekeeper? It's 10 minutes is the max, really.
Sure, Liz.
So we could say, right, we could say how many minutes, because this is competitive now, how many minutes they took to present with clarity, in logical, sequential, bring across their message. So we'll be able to take away from it.
Okay,
So
10 minutes, we're good.
Right, 10 minutes is the maximum, but just put it. So do you want us to go in group order, or you want to select when you want to go? Let me hear from you. What do you think? Group order? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what?
Group order sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Group
that.
order? Okay, great. Easier for us. Much easier when it's group order. So group number 1. Could group number 1 take the stage? If it's an individual, what it is you're doing?
You were group number 1? I was trying to.
Yes, yes, Giselle.
Oh gosh. Okay. No,
Yes,
no,
yes,
that's
yes.
fine. That's fine. We have not begun our role playing as yet. So take two. Okay. All right. So group 1. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And our team is called Team ICE, the Inter-Caribbean Educators. And we'll be sharing with you our joint project where we came together representing Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica, and Grenada. And we recognized through a joint survey that our club members had the same issues with accessing Club Runner. Therefore, our team came together, we evaluated that need and opted to present to you today this presentation and interactive tutorial on how to access Club Runner. At this point, I will pass you on to my other team member, Kenneth, who will walk you through the learning outcomes for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle.
Your mic.
Hi, Ken, you just need to unmute. Thank you.
Sorry. Firstly, our objectives. We want to ensure that more members access Club Runner. Secondly, a higher level of participation in Rotary interests and Rotary information. Outcomes: to navigate the site, to ensure that they can do that, to have access to the site and how to put in the information and to clearly define your interests, and thirdly, to have a stronger sense of belonging as a Rotarian and to know that you are part of a bigger picture other than just your club. And so we are going to know more about this as our dynamic presenter, Rotarian Ibrahim Daniel, will take it from here and present on the Club Runner.
Great. Thank you, Ken and Giselle for that introduction. So good evening, everyone. Let me extend a pleasant welcome to our Rotarian brothers and sisters across the region. It's very nice to have you here with us today. So today's session is intended to be an interactive one, and all of you on the session or in the session has expressed a need, or you have expressed a concern within your clubs for the low level of members accessing your Club Runner application, for which your club continues to pay a subscription. So we thought that this would have been a very timely and important session that, first of all, would take you through the process. So I know in advance you were asked to work with your devices. So at this time, I would request that you all power them on. And the session is designed in such a way where we would walk you through each of the steps that are required to enable you to access Club Runner. So what I've put together is a very brief tutorial that's going to outline each step. And what I would like for you to do is follow along as we proceed. Bear in mind that the intention here is to have everyone involved. So no one will be left behind. If you're struggling at any one of these steps, just raise your hand or flag, and we will, get back to you, and we can move forward. So at this point, let me just share what the tutorial looks like. Okay, so has everyone turned on their devices? And if I can get a yes or a yay, that will be fine. So I know everyone is in with us.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent, great, nice. Okay, so the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to, in your browser, whatever browser you're using, or as you say, going onto the internet, I want you to type in the address that you're showing here. Now, bear in mind that I'm using my club as an example to walk you through the process. So the information that's going to be shown here is specific to the Rotary Club of Chaguanas. So each member, can you kindly go on to using your browser and type in the address and tell me when you're finished.
Finished.
We're good. Perfect. Okay, so you should be seeing the same screen that I am showing here, where to the top right hand space on your screen, you would see member login. Because of the concerns that were raised prior, I would have asked all your clubs, including our club, to obtain all the login credentials, which would have been sent to you. So at this point in time, everyone should be armed, and you should know what your login name and password is. So does any member not have their login name and password?
We all have it.
Perfect. So it means to say that communication from our secretary worked, because she ensured that you got it. So great. So the next step here, well, just in case going forward, if there's another member in your club who may not or cannot recall or may not be aware of their login name and password, please reach out to your Club Runner administrator, and they should be able to lend some assistance. But I'm very happy that everyone in today's session are able to log in. So you click on, so you enter your information as shown here, which is your login name and your password. So each person, can you do this at this point in time and let me know if you have been able to log in?
It's done.
I got through too.
You're moving very fast. That's good. That's good. So you are really prepared to go. So great. So once you put that information in, the last step that we're going to be completing today, because this session today was primarily aimed at ensuring that you can access. There are many other sessions that are planned that will go deeper into Club Runner. So once you have logged in, you should be seeing a screen similar to what I have here now. And if you look at where the red circle is, there is a tab called Member Area. So if you can click on Member Area, let's see what that shows up. So please proceed to do that. Are we all there?
We're there.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. You're all going very fast. Great. So this now should take you into the admin page. And as you can see, the entire Club Runner menu is at your disposal. You can now go in there and search, or you can explore all the information that's related to our club that has been put in. And I'm sure you're going to find something very, very interesting. So that brings us to the end of today's session. Thank you all very much for being very, really, really on point. And I'm happy that we were able to access Club Runner, and each member now, has all these steps. I will send the tutorial out to each member following the training. So at this point in time, that's the end of our presentation. As part of the team's, preparation for this session, we will now ask Stephen to connect what we have just gone through to what we covered at the session of Liz presentation today. Stephen?
Thank you, Rotarian Abraham. He is actually our head trainer of our Inter-Caribbean Education, which is ICE. And he has used 2 strategies to ensure that the information actually sink in, because he's quite aware that some people learn by seeing or listening and others learn by doing. So he actually gave instructions, and then he actually had persons walk with their laptops to connect and actually do or follow the instructions to make sure that it sink in. One of the other things is he ensured, he said what he was going to do, and he made sure that they brought the equipment. Then he also ensured to tell them what he is going to do. And then afterwards, he ensured that they all had the information and understood. So he told them what he had just done, right? So at the end of the session, the information was imparted, accepted, and everybody was aware all that had to be done. Thank you very much.
Great, Stephen.
And Stephen,
ahead,
it was so important, Stephen, that one key thing is that he filled a gap. There was a gap really in me understanding, hey, how do I get more involved? How do I get to know? And so therefore there must have been a gap analysis there that really has been identified.
Great. Great.
I'm up, Liz.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I think that in addition to, and I'll give my remarks when everybody is finished, but I think that was a tutorial for everybody as well, sitting here. Thank you. Group 2.
Thank you, Liz. Good afternoon, everyone. Our club, the Rotary Club of the Caribbean, is having a difficulty with the quality of our leadership and the quality of our succession planning, because we realized that our members were not sufficiently did not sufficiently understand some of the key leadership characteristics required for any successful organization, including Rotary. So our topic today is some leadership characteristics for new and future leaders in Rotary. Our objective is to explore some of the key leadership characteristics for developing successful new and future leaders in Rotary. So the research, utilizing the internet, we researched some of these characteristics generally. We polled the senior Rotarians in our club to find out their views. We also contacted experienced Rotarians in our district. From this, we developed a slew of ideas what these key leadership characteristics could look like. In analyzing this research, we shortlisted 8 characteristics, which we would like to share with you today. Our team members decided that the time was too short to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, but that is how this presentation will eventually pan out. We would use both PowerPoint presentations as well as face-to-face and interactions with our audience. We also decided that we did not want to have each member present because we did not believe that the time was sufficient. So having shortlisted the key characteristics, we came up with 8 of them. The first of which was a willingness to serve. We believe that if members did not have that willingness to serve, did not want to accept responsibility for outcomes for both the club and the work we do in the community, then it was a no-go from the start. We need to have that willingness to serve. And at this point, I'd like to ask any member of the audience or any of the team members to chime in if they have any questions or if they would like to add to that point that we've made. The second point we came up with is benevolence. Your leader needs to be willing to make a contribution to the less fortunate in society. That was one of the key reasons why we joined Rotary. However, there may be other reasons, but we believe the leader of the club or the leaders or the leadership of the club should have that quality of benevolence. They should want to contribute to making the lives of the less fortunate better overall. The third point we came up with, leaders need to be aware of their strengths and their weaknesses or undeveloped strengths, as well as that of their team. Because many times, no one person can embody all the great characteristics of leadership. However, their qualities can be supplemented by the strengths of other members within the team. Okay, so while there is an opportunity for learning in terms of your undeveloped strengths, you also have a team that you can rely on to cover off in areas where you are not as strong. Any questions on that, or anybody would like to make a comment or feedback? Okay, my team members can chime in, please. The next thing we think is critical is that you must be an excellent communicator. Your communication skills need to be keen. You need to be able to be a good listener, because there's a saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. In other words, you need to listen twice as much as you speak. So be a good listener, be a good communicator, be good at sharing information, sharing your knowledge. Communicate, communicate, communicate. That is key. Let members of your club know what is going on. Keep them in the know at all times. The next point we have is excellent interpersonal skills. A good leader is able to communicate with everyone from the top of the chain of command to the bottom. You need to be able to share, to communicate, contribute at every level. So, when you have a club, it is made up of many different personalities. You need to be able to know your members, to know their likes, their dislikes, what interests them, what excites them, what they're not too comfortable with. You need to know your people so that you can be able to interact with them at their level and to have that good interpersonal team connection and teamwork. The 6th point we have is that we need to be good team players. And in being a good team player, we need to be flexible, adaptable, and objective. Okay, so that way you ensure that you engage every member of the team. Ensure that we do things, we listen, we do things that they would like to have done. We involve them in all the planning, we involve them in projects, we involve them at every level of club activities. So you keep them engaged at all times. Point number 7. We believe that a good leader needs to be strategic and visionary. If you don't know where you're going and you do not have goals and objectives, then everything, your entire club could fall flat. Excuse me. So we need to have our strategy. We need to have vision where we would like to see the club, and we need to focus on the objectives and get there. Ensure that we knock them off one by one and complete whatever your plan is for the year or for whatever period we're working with. And the final point is that a good leader needs to be knowledgeable about Rotary. And we have no shortage of information and knowledge for Rotarians to be aware, and for future Rotarians, future leaders, sorry, to be aware of what is required to be a leader in Rotary. And these resources, we encourage people, we encourage you all to attend your pre-pet session, attend your pet session, participate in the learning resource, the Rotary Learning Institute, and last but not least, utilize the Learning Center. Okay, so what we've done, we've created a short acronym for us to remember these points. And that acronym is STICKBAW, STICKBAW. The S for strategic, team for teamwork. The I for interpersonal skills. The C, for excellent communication skills. The K for knowledge of Rotary. The B for benevolence. The A for, okay, what's that A for again?
Strengths and weaknesses, awareness.
Oh, all right. All right, and the W for willingness. Right? So STICKBAW. So that was our presentation. Okay, what we've done, we've itemized some of the key characteristics we believe that will make for a good and successful leader in Rotary. And we hope that our little acronym will help you remember these qualities. You can work with it, you can develop upon it, but this is our short list for this time. And at this time, we will ask if there are any questions concerning our presentation.
Perfect timing, 10 minutes to the second.
Thank you so much. Quite a bit of information we got there. Sure. Thanks, Sarah. All right, group 3. STICKBAW.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brenton Hillier. Members of our group in Group 3, Tanya, Renata, Molin, Leslie, and Balmati. The topic that we chose to present on is one we believe that is of utmost importance, which resonates around membership, because our members are one of the most important factors of our clubs. If we don't have members, we don't have a club. If we don't have clubs, then RI reduces its efficiency around the world. So we always have to make sure that we address the aspect of membership. And the key area that we wanted to look at was engagement. And Tanya from our group brought up a very important point, that we have a lot of senior members in our clubs who sometimes are not as active as we would want them to be. So within our club, we looked at different aspects or different strategies that we could implement to engage not just those individuals, but engage as many members within the club as possible. And I'm going to start it off by speaking about one of those action points that we came up with, which was conducting a membership survey. And we've learned today that in order to come up with strategies, we really need to understand where we are at first. So every member has joined the club for a different reason, and they may not be as engaged now for all sorts of reasons, and we cannot really assume what the issue is. And that's where the membership survey would come into play where after having collected information, we would see what the feeling is like among the different members, and we would really see what the recurring theme is. And based on that, we can actually implement some strategies to address that and hopefully improve the level of engagement in the club. So we believe that this is something that should be done from the beginning of the term and something that should be done regularly, because we know human beings. I might be one way today, and if you speak to me next year, I might be of a different mindset. So it's very important for us to really do membership surveys on a regular basis. And RI actually has a template that can be followed. So you do not have to reinvent the wheel. You can download that template and use it as is, or even build upon it for the purpose of your club. So that's one strategy. And I'm now going to hand over to another member of our club, who is Renata, that's going to speak to the second strategy.
Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. So the second strategy is for members to tell their stories, their Rotary stories. You know, our RIP's president this year is urging all of us to tell our Rotary story. What we find is with older members, they sort of need reminding, or they need to remind themselves as to why they joined Rotary. So getting them to tell their story to their fellow members would often remind them of their inspiration to join Rotary. It also helps to tell the story of the club, its history, and to get other members who may not see you often at meetings to get to know you. And one of the things that we thought we'd use that information from the person's story to get them to be more willing to engage with the club activities. So I'm going to toss it to Moynin so she can tell us a third strategy that we're using to engage members.
Thank you.
Right. Hello, team. Another strategy that I believe that we can use to encourage membership engagement is by assigning tasks. It has been my experience since I joined in 2018 that while we have members who join for various reasons, and the common reason is the interest in community service, quite often we don't call on these members to contribute. So that if we can assign tasks to these members based on their expertise, it will encourage members, to become more engaged. How do you guys feel about that? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Agree.
Yeah.
I'll hand you over to my next team member,
And who's your next team member?
Almaty?
Almaty.
Membership on mentorship?
Yes, on mentorship. Our next strategy is having this mentorship program. And the idea is to link the older senior members with new members, because it, according to especially the information shared from Tanya, that there are many members who they think they have given their dues already to Rotary and they just have taken a back seat. So we want to re-engage them. And one of the ways is to initiate a mentorship program in the club where we link the older member with a new member. And so we make the older member feel appreciated that they can share their knowledge, their experience with the older member. And also following up from Moylan, we spoke a lot about how we are going to keep them engaged. So this is one of the very important strategies we think we need to use to get the older members, so to speak, re-engaged, get them to feel that they are important, that we need them, that they have important information to share, knowledge to give to the younger members. And so in addition to getting them involved in activities, we get them to share their knowledge in that way and keep them engaged and keep them feeling appreciated. So I now hand you over to Leslie and Tanya to conclude our presentation for today.
I think Tanya was ahead of me. Tanya, are you on?
I am without camera, so my apologies on that. And one of the things that we need to remember as we're looking at ways to engage and re-engage membership is that each member is going to have a different interest. And so by utilizing all 4 of the items that are already being addressed, it will ensure that we are able to make one-on-one or engage our members one-on-one. It does involve a bit of work, but as Rotarians, we are accustomed to hard work. So we know that this is not going to be something that we shy away from. As you look at the chat, you'll notice that we put some pointers in there for you as reminders as well. So please feel free to do copy and paste and have those pointers as your takeaways from our brief membership engagement activity. And now handing you over to Leslie.
Thank you, team, for your presentation. I would attempt to just conclude on what was presented here. We looked at membership engagement. And today in Rotary, you know that this is of critical importance because, as was said before, without members, we have a club, then we'll have no Rotary. So it is critical that we do have our members fully engaged in our club activities and in Rotary in general to ensure that we have a successful club. So we looked at engaging members, first of all, new members, to assign them to mentors so that the knowledge can be passed on to them. We make use of the specific skills so they can take part in service projects. As you know, Rotary is made up of very diverse persons. And so we are going to be engaging the skills in the different activities that the club undertakes. And doing so, we build a club. Members will be assigned tasks. The mentorship program we work in, they become fully engaged, they feel wanted, they feel that they are getting value for their engagement in the Rotary Club. They become more knowledgeable. And if we are to promote the name of Rotary, we all have to be able to speak with one voice. Rotary is one brand, and we must engage our members so that when we go there to the public, to promote Rotary, we speak with one voice. So we all sing the same song. And so we thought that these were the, the things we wanted to look at when we wanted to have our members engaged. Thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect timing, 4 seconds to spare.
You're all doing good with timing, man. 4 seconds to spare. You're funny. Group 4.
Hello, good afternoon. We are Group 4. We are Marlon, Terry, Kerwin, and Michelle, and we wanted to do a brief role play just to set the scene. We have an individual who has started a new job. We're looking at the person-centric approach and using the ADDIE, so assess, develop, design, implement, and evaluate. So we have an individual who is working in a new job, and he's been a very high performer for the last 3 months. What's happened is the manager has gone through the office and noticed that the individual has become very lethargic and not really performing. So we're just going to have a conversation with him to find out what's going on with him 3 months into his job. We have some learning objectives. We have an aim. The aim is to return this individual to his previous level of engagement and work output. The objectives of the presentation of the training are for our learner to be able to list 2 positive benefits of dietary change and lifestyle change, and to list and understand the benefits of the different dietary food groups and how that might impact his energy levels. We're going to do this via a role play, and at the end, we're going to assess or evaluate the performance of the value of the training by our learner reflecting through an average day. Thank you. I'm just going to hand over. Terry,
so
Cohen. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So we're meeting with Kerwin because we are doing our training individually with him. And we're doing it as a conversation, as an interview, you might say. At the same time, imparting this information to him. So we are planning on starting off with a sort of relaxation exercise for him. But at the same time, it's for him to bring to the fore the knowledge that he already has in terms of nutrition, eating habits, and so on. So, Corinne, I'd like to ask you, because now we're pretending that Corinne didn't hear any of what we just said. So I'd like to ask you, what are some of the things that you heard or you hear growing up now from your grandparents, your parents about eating? What are some of the things that they've said to you?
Well, my mom always used to tell me, you have to learn to eat right. Well, she always fed me right. You know, I have to drink a lot of water, I have to exercise, you know, these little things. But now that I'm a big man, I really don't think I'm so much time for this. So I eat on the run, I buy my burgers, I'm always eating, I eat whenever I choose to.
Okay, so do you, whenever you choose to, so you're saying you eat late at night?
Most of the times when I'm home, when I'm watching, let's say I'm watching something on Netflix, I might be eating my fries, you know, I might just go out and buy something by Chefette, or, you know, some KFC, something.
So from this, you do know, or based on what you're saying and based on how you were brought up, that these aren't really positive eating habits that you have.
I mean, I know that, but do I have the time to prepare something?
Ah, the time, the effort, the ever evasive time. Well, do you know, therefore, what impacts eating like this would cause? Are you aware? Can you tell me?
I know it could lead to long-term effects, you know, diabetes, high blood pressure, sugar, obesity, you know, there are many things that I could list, but have I gotten to that point? Not as yet.
You're young, right?
Yes.
Can't happen to you, right?
Hello.
Okay.
I think Maxwell is having like
What?
Maxwell.
So I want to get you vexed to death.
Maxwell. Okay.
Good.
Lisa, see if you could mute Maxwell.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. So, okay, so we know that there are negatives, and of course, out of the negatives, it can be changed to positives. But I need to ask you as well, do you understand what it means when you hear the people say, or people say food groups? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I did the food groups in secondary school. Yes, I do.
And therefore, you understand what is a balanced meal.
I do, yes.
You do understand what is a balanced meal. Okay, so you hear it on the surface.
But do not practice it.
But you do not practice it. Okay, so what will it take to get you to practice it? What do you think that we can do, or what do you think you could do to get you to start practicing? Because we are sure that what's happening to you now the major contributor is your poor eating habits?
I would guess maybe some physical activity in there, as well as eating right, maybe.
Eating right, eating right. So we're going to pause again and pretend that Corwin is not there. So we're going to continue this discussion with Corwin. We're going to use slides, images, showing him the food groups. We're showing him the impacts of negative eating habits, the diabetes, the sluggish, long-term negatives, short-term negatives. We're going to give him all of that.
We're also showing Cohen a more positive lifestyle as well. So Cohen would understand by our slides that we're demonstrating that there are three components to physical activity or lifestyle that would lend to physical activity, we should say. You know, one is cardiovascular exercise, the other is resistance or strength training, and the other one, and the most neglected one that a lot of persons don't know about, Cohen, is stretching. Stretching actually helps you to recover quickly, makes you more flexible, and helps you to do more. And we just want to come together as a department and a company to say to you that though we are holding you accountable, we're not blaming you, and don't feel as though that your job is on the line and so forth. We recognize that there's a problem. We understand that we are all human beings and we are all guilty, but we are here to help you to return to that nominal level, or that exceptional level that you normally perform at. So we are here as a family, and we don't want you to feel as though there's a gun to your head, or that to put you in a position where you can't share information freely with us, and to even come back to us in the future when we come to, do checkups on you and so forth. And we too at the company, through this process, we have decided to really implement a health and lifestyle change program through our company. So we're learning from this experience as well.
So you're saying that basically I need to eat the right things, put in exercise, eat from the food groups, and the right portions as well.
Yes.
Okay.
We're asking you to reflect on your daily activities, your normal daily activities, and see where you can make changes or, positive changes going forward.
But even it's just that sometimes I feel the need to have these things. So I presume I could use an air fryer in that case, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
We can do better as a company as well, and not make free soda available in the canteen, in the kitchen. We could have more healthy.
I love grapefruit juice though, so maybe that's grapefruit and oranges, fruit juices.
Too much sugar in it. It's all a lie. Yeah. Too much sugar. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you so very much though. I really do appreciate that. Okay. And it touched me that you all actually do care about me so much to implement this lifestyle change. I appreciate it.
We may not have pizza Fridays anymore. We may have salad Wednesdays and Fridays, but we're willing to do what it takes.
And a water day as well would be nice. I just saw somebody posted water, sorry.
Time up, guys.
Yeah, I think I want a job with that company, man.
I think Corwin just got into that role too much. Good job,
I actually did at one point, yes.
Corwin, I can see this air fryer story. You was a dead giveaway.
Corey should ask them to donate air fryer.
And Marlon, no pizza on Friday? What's wrong with you?
We're going to have salad Wednesdays and Fridays from now on.
Somebody throw Marlon down the stairs. Throw him down the back stairs quickly.
That was fun. Marlon, you were right when you said it. This was like, wow. But I want to work at that company, man. These people really taking care of me, man. Right time. Oh, Marlon, Kerwin, you got it, man. You gotta just put in the order for the air fryer all the time now, you know. Put it in, throw it in one time. All right, that was fun. That was fun. So let's get group number 5, our last group. And who is? I have no idea who it is, but you know who you are.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Well, there is Brian.
Let's do this. Excellent. Everyone is seeing the screen?
Yes, yes.
Excellent,
Yes.
great. So see behind me, there's a jungle here, and some people see Rotary as a jungle. So thank you very much for joining me this evening on our journey through Rotary. Now, there will be plenty of exciting stops along this journey. First, before we begin, let's meet your tour guides. First, we have Cecil Maxwell, Dina Ryan Janot, Mr. Edwards, and me, Brian Lashley. Now, there are going to be quite a few exciting stops as we make our way through this jungle. First, our first stop along this journey is going to be Meet My Rotary. This is going to be your first stop whereby you can learn all things as it relates to Rotary, all dimensions of Rotary, and there's plenty of opportunities for training there. But before you can enter into this pillar of knowledge, you have to create an account. I will take you through that aspect as well. As we journey through the account, you're going to make a stop at one of the options. This is your learning and reference to show you the options that are available there. And then finally, we're going to make a stop at the presidential overview. So first, the website is shown on the screen, my.rotary.org. And I'll ask DJ to take you through the creation of the account. DJ, over to you.
Right, the account is usually given to someone who has joined Rotary and basically who have become a member. Once we are satisfied that your membership has been entrusted into our care, we take you through myrotary.org and we show you where you can populate your profile. At the same time, you're exposed to all the avenues and items Rotary.org has there to convey you, to help you on this journey. As Brian mentioned, we are taking you through the jungle, but yes, you will be facing and encountering some live animals who will guide you on your way, and who are tour guides also, who will guide you on your way as you're encountering through myrotary.org. So I'll turn you over to Cecil.
Hi, so good afternoon, everyone. So in this jungle that we're going through, one of the things that we would want to press a little emphasis on, we have a lot of new members in the club. And one of the things that we always encourage persons to do is to aspire to be at least the president of your Rotary club. As we were mentioning before, as long as you join the Rotary club, any Rotary club, you should be ready and prepared to serve. So we have 2 questions there that we would like you guys to participate and answer. The first question is the president responsibility for managing club finances? Can I have some responses from the audience, please, verbally?
No.
Is the president responsible for managing club finances?
No.
No.
No. May I ask who's
Indirectly, yes.
Indirectly, yes. Any more responses?
Yes and no.
Yes, I know. That's a very
Second that. Yes, very decided group.
Yeah, that's a very. Any more responses?
President is accountable, yes.
Yes and no.
You have to be responsible.
All
Directly
right.
responsible? No. Indirectly, yes.
Yes. So for the persons who are saying no, the answer is actually yes. The president is also very much responsible for the club finances. The reason why we choose to highlight this as well, because we know that most persons would have opted to say the treasurer handles this responsibility. But as my colleagues would have mentioned before, if you go through the Rotary website, we have this information as well. But the president is one of the main persons that is responsible. Our second question is, should the president meet with the outgoing and incoming board? And
Absolutely.
if so, can you say why?
Definitely. There must be a transition, handing over.
Yes.
Agreed completely.
Also for the purposes of continuity.
Continuity, correct, correct.
And to identify any gaps they may have.
Yes. Okay, so basically all those questions are basically correct. The president should meet with the incoming board that he or she can guide those members or that board along the line. Now, one of the things that we need to do, I will put you over just now to DJ, Rotarian DJ that we call him. But before I do so, I want to put 3 of our Rotarians on spot. So because we're asking persons to aspire to take up the leadership position in their club, especially leading to the presidency of the club, I'm gonna put DRC Giselle on the spot here for a moment. Can you share what is some of the benefits that you would have engaged or learned from your presidential experience, both in Rotary and Rotary?
Yes, very quickly, I would have learned that basically as president, and we mentioned this before, you are basically directly responsible or indirectly responsible for everything that happens in a club. And also I learned about the power of delegation and getting to know your members, even the little secret superpowers that they may have, so that you would have resources to tap into. Because as president, though you may be indirectly responsible, you have a responsibility basically to ensure that when you leave, there's someone filling that position. So that whole idea of continuity, to me, was one of my biggest takeaways.
Most definitely, thank you. District Trainer, AG Lou, or Lou, sorry, can you please spare your benefit of being a past president as well too?
My biggest takeaway when I was president of the club is the importance of cohesion and making sure everybody is involved in the club in some way, whether through projects, as a project champion, either not only the board members, but every single person in the club is important for them to have an important role to play, and they must feel like they're contributing significantly. So, you know, in a nutshell, making all your members feel valued and appreciated.
Definitely, value and appreciation indeed. So I'm just gonna go ask one more person. This is past President Liz to share her benefits of being a president, and then we move on to Rotarian DJ who will close up.
I like how he's distracting us from the timekeeping idea. All right. I mean, as past president, I think one of the things that I would always remember about serving as president is thinking big. And I think I took a decision to run a car raffle and hence to purchase, to run a 3-year project really, and to purchase a bookmobile. I mean, it took a lot, but I was able to galvanize support from our club members. But I'm thinking that the biggest takeaway is not just to limit yourself to small projects, but you can actually do big projects. And that was a project to the value of $5,000 that, you know, it was supported by a district grant as well as lots of fundraising activities. But it was a project that ran for 3 years. Not a lot of presidents want to do that. It meant that I had to get the agreement of the next 2 presidents, but we were able to do it. So that was one of my biggest takeaway and my fondest memories of serving as president.
All right. Thank you, ladies, for all sharing. So one of the reasons we had wanted to highlight these 3 exceptional ladies as past presidents is because it's also to encourage new members that are in the club in terms of taking up that leadership role. So I will now put you over to Rotarian Dina Ryan, who will now close off in terms of giving you the specific role of the president of the club. Rotarian Dina Ryan.
Okay, as Brian had mentioned in the beginning, we are taking this journey through the jungle. as we proceed through the jungle, we have 3 gates. The first gate, right, between the first gate and the second gate is the president-elect, right? So in other words, when you are appointed a president, you're appointed a president for 3 years. Basically, people think it's a 1-year term, but no, it is a 3-year term. You're president-elect, present president, and immediate past president. So let us look at the journey of the president-elect. The president-elect goes through the first gate, and he has to take into his custody the constitution, the bylaws, the strong points, the weak points of his memberships, etc. He has to review all that during that first journey from gate 1 to gate 2. He has to plan all the strategies. He has to examine the strategic plan. He has to re-examine what has gone before, what has gone in the past, and what is new or what should be channeled in the future. So he is making his journey through gate 1 to gate 2. Once he reaches gate 2, which is basically July the 1st of any particular year, then he takes the role that he had been prepared himself for through journey 1, gate 1 to gate 2. So now he has all his committees in place. He has identified the strengths and the weaknesses of his members. He has identified new projects. He has identified the finances that the club should be undertaken. He has identified the roles and responsibilities of increasing membership. He has identified other portfolios like what the district has embarked upon, their goals and objectives, and how it filters down through the assistant district governor to the president of the club. He has identified and he has taken the journey from gate 2 to gate 3, and he is looking every so often at successes, and where there are weaknesses, he is correcting them immediately. He does not want to leave anything to chance. And as he makes his journey to gate 3, where he will now become immediate past president, he still have an active role as a president, because as previous encounters and presenters made this morning, that the president's role is not a one-off thing, and always learning and always there to guide. So even though he accepts the role as immediate past president, he still has a responsibility to guide the present president through his journey, because as they always say, your brother's keeper is the best resource as you move along through this journey through the jungles. So in other words, the president has this threefold responsibility: president-elect, present president, immediate past president, and the success of any organization hinges on these 3 portfolios as we journey through the jungle. And as we wait to gate 3, we will see the benefits of all that we are journeying through in the life of the president of the Rotary Club. So those are the few words, and I turn you over back to Brian as he will summarize as we bring conclusion to our presentation.
Well, let me just do a head count. Yep, everyone is still here. We didn't lose anyone as we journey through the jungle. Are there any questions for myself or any of our tour guides? No questions. All right, thank you very much. Please proceed safely. Feel free to come for our next tour at 4:30, where we take you through the path of secretary. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. I love it. I love it. Oh, geez, I love it. I was just thinking what came out of the jungle. Do we catch anything? All right, thanks a lot. All right, so you could stop share your screen, whoever's here in the screen. Yeah. Right, thank you. Well, you know what? You guys did exceptional. Exceptional in the sense that you had a short time with me today, you know, to take you through the various cycles. But I think that you did extremely well, even though you are in different locations. You were able to pull together some really fantastic presentations. So I'll just go through just a couple of things to highlight. Good things. Most of it is good things. I think that you all did a really good job in introducing and setting the scene and tone for the presentation. You know, including ensuring that that's the first thing. The first 4 seconds, the first 30 seconds is to grab the attention. And I think every group did that very well. You were able to grab the attention from the get-go in terms of what it is. So you were like, okay, I understand what it is now. All right, okay, I'll sit back now and relax, and you know, I'm willing to take that journey with you. So I think you all did very well in, you know, making that introduction, and that set the tone for your presentation. In terms of objectives, I think that, well, most of you kind of set out some doing objectives, but you had some where you just did some statements, like for instance, the one where we had the developing future leaders, that's just a statement. So, you know, this group 2, where you should have indicated developing future leaders for what? Developing their communication skills, their presentation skills, you know, be a little bit more specific in what it is you want to achieve. I mean, in the end, I think that you kind of highlighted most of what it is that you're looking for in a leader, but I think the objectives could have been a little bit more specific. In the end, you realize once you laid it out, what it is you were trying to achieve there. So, but kudos to team 1. I think great questioning technique. A lot of you use that, which is very important, because that's how you engage your audience, by asking and throwing out a question, so that you get to know, are they listening to me? Are we connecting? And that way you're able to engage them. So good engagement, I would say. And by the way, team 1, I think that's a good presentation for a lot of people. A lot. I remembered this Audley told me, Liz, I think they need some training in club runner. Every club should do club runner training. So that was very timely. So I like that idea. Now, group 2, you had quite a bit of points, and you know, I like the fact that you had the acronym in the end, but I think that you had to talk through so many points, you wouldn't remember all. Always keep in mind, after the 3rd point, 3 or 4 points, everybody else would forget what you've said from the beginning. So be careful in terms of coming up with it. Even if you break it down into 2 different sessions, it's always better to have a short number of points that you can actually delve into more, and so that you wouldn't take up a lot of times in terms of people's attention. People's attention span is very short, especially on Zoom. So we have to be careful with that. But I love the questioning technique. Questioning technique, again, was excellent in group 2. And, you know, leadership well, in terms of your topic, I think it was a great topic, because you're looking at developing your future leaders, but you needed to identify, like I said, you know, in terms of the specifics that you wanted to see. But I love the fact that you engaged. Group 3. Well, this one had me cracking up. This is where Corwin, they had you. No, that was group 4.
Yes.
Let me see. All right, group 3 was the membership engagement. Oh, the health check of the Rotary Club. I think that is very key, because as was said in your objectives, you really laid it out where members' position dynamics change from year to year. So you always need to do health checks. Telling Rotary stories are also very important. Now, assigning tasks. You know, I visited a club in North Carolina, went to the 100th anniversary celebration, and you know what they do? As soon as somebody joined the club, they put them on the board. I'm like, really? I don't think we could do that in the Caribbean. People they would leave Rotary right away. But I said, no, that's how they get them engaged. But that's their culture. As soon as you join, straight on the board. So you gotta learn. You learn as you go along. But that, yeah, assignment of tasks, I think is important, because, you know, sometimes we hog up. Projects director hug up, secretary hug up, disseminate, try to get others engaged as well. You make team leaders. I learned that from Stabrook. I remembered one time when we had pre-pets training in Guyana, and we had a presentation from the Rotary Club. I think it was Anand who did the presentation. They talked about team leaders for different projects. It doesn't have to be the projects director leading all the projects. You have a team leader for every project, a different team leader for every project. That way you get a lot more engagement as well. The mentorship, I think that when we're doing mentorship, because I've heard mentorship a lot, talked about a lot, both in Rotaract and Rotary, but I think it has to be done in a structured manner, because I remembered one time in my previous life, the Rotaract Club wanted mentorship. And I think I was New Generations director at that time. And I remember talking to a senior Rotarian, and he said, "Oh, Liz, mentorship? Let him come and sitting by me at the event." I'm like, really? That's not what mentorship is all about. So I think it has to be done in a structured manner. We have to give guidance as to what we want to do, or what we hope to achieve with a mentorship. Because the sponsor could also be a mentor. A sponsor who might be a seasoned Rotarian could also be a mentor as well. And mentorship is not just for Rotaractors or interactors. We have young Rotarians that need to be mentored. We need to develop those young Rotarians, and we can use the older members to do that. And this way too, that you involve the older members, but like I said, in a very structured manner, because sometimes they just have mentorship. They can just sit and have a chat, and that's mentoring, but we'd have to know what exactly it is. It could be mentoring them in their profession, mentoring them in leadership, mentoring them in so many different areas. So we need to be specific when we are going to throw out mentorship. But good presentation. I love the idea of membership engagement and that survey. That survey is very important. And as was said, it is not every 6 months you can do, and we have the resources on RI's website. There's a health check questionnaire that is easy. You just download it and you can actually use it and get information. Now, group 4, this is where we had the lifestyles. Yeah, they had us cracking up. Yeah, that was like, wow. I want to work at that company. Carmen, I know both persons who were questioning, they were so serious, and Carmen was just like laughing. So I thought that was good. That created a lot of fun, but it also sent a message. The message was clear. It was his lifestyle. It was his body. It was you trying to get him to understand the way he's eating is not good. So I loved that concept of how you put it over in terms of having that question, and Kerwin, you responded very well. You played into their hands very well. The only thing, like I said, you should throw in and ask for air fryer. As if to don't hit the air fryer while they're at it. But thanks, great presentation, great presentation. All right, objectives set out. Now group 5, sorry, the last group, where we had, again, great introduction. I love the fact that you had the time, really, Brian, really, to prepare such a good PowerPoint presentation. You guys did it, man. It's like, because you had a short time to discuss because you had to go eat and all that. So excellent, use of time, excellent use of time, excellent use of time. You were able to do it. And that's what leadership is all about. That's what being a club trainer is all about. Because, sometimes you put on the spot and you have to do something quickly. You would say, oh, I don't have time. Trust me, you see, in a very short time, you were able to put together an excellent PowerPoint presentation. So kudos for that. And I love the idea of how you had it. That background is like, wow. And you use the background so effective, talking about the journey through the jungle. So that was great. That was great. Wonderful idea. The only thing with your PowerPoint slide, you need to check on the size of the fonts. Like you had one slide where it was very, the font size was too small. So again, as part of presentation skills, you learn all of that to make sure, because let's say you're presenting in a room where it's a big room, your font size has to be the size that the person at the back of the room can actually see it. And at the same time, with PowerPoints as well, you put the most important information at the top. You don't fill the whole slide, because if you have a big room, the people at the back wouldn't see the bottom of the slide. So all of those little tricks and tips when you're actually using a PowerPoint. But the fact that you were able to do that, I was like, wow, really? Found the time to actually put it together. So, and it was very engaging. I love the idea of the questioning techniques. I love the idea of how you brought in and asked 3 persons from the audience to share their experiences. That was great. So I think overall, learning has taken place. learning has taken place. I've seen a lot of the techniques that we talked about this morning that I shared in the notes being applied in your presentation. So great job, everybody. Luana, any thoughts before I just close off and probably go around the room quickly to get feedback?
Just to echo what you said, really wonderful job, everyone. I had a nice time, and I think as the district trainer, I think my objectives for today were fully achieved. But I will say more when I end the session. So let's back to you.
Okay, all right. Just before you go, I'd like to share with you the evaluation form, which is the feedback form, evaluation feedback, see, almost see, right. All right, so this, I mean, I think, so Luana, you would have shared this with them, right?
Yes, yes, Liz.
Right, so you can change this, you could use this, or if anyone wants any ideas on evaluation form, you could always communicate with me through Luana, because there is, I mean, this is kind of little heavy, but you can scale this down to whatever you want. But I wanted to show you how, in terms of sending out information, you ask persons in terms of the program content, clarity of information prior to the program, because sometimes you don't send out enough information, and that kind of affects your presentation in terms of the time as well as the engagement as well. How applicable is the program, the usefulness of the program in leadership development, examples and opportunities given for you to develop some of your skills. And then we go down to the content itself. You pick out, which is all part of the objectives that are stated here, whether all of these were, you list in terms of the effectiveness of all these areas. Most importantly is your learning, how you deliver the learning, and how persons want to, again, for future training programs, you want to get an idea of, do people like a lot of group work, PowerPoint presentations, group presentations, learning cluster, all those different things you get from this survey. But again, like I said, you can scale it back. You don't want it to be too complex. And then you go down to the facilitator in terms of presenting the topic itself, because you want to get feedback. I love to get feedback because I want to be able to improve as I go along. And so giving feedback is important. And then we always ask you if there's any additional comments that you want to make as well, with the program. So please take some time and complete this evaluation form and send it to the district leader. All right. Okay. All right. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you so much. I felt that we had a good session. I know that I have taken up your Saturday, but I believe it was very, very well spent. I learned from this interaction as well. And in as much as I know that some of you are not going to be trainers, please pass on your information. Please pass on your information to, it is in editable format. You can change it because it's sent out as a Word document. So you could pick out, I didn't put it in a PDF document. Yeah. So great feedback. I love the interaction. I thought it was really good. We had a good blend and a good mix. We had some professors on board. So all told, great job, team. And thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Liz. And please, let's all give Liz a huge round of applause. I think, we've achieved so much today. And this session, though it was brief, I'm sure you're all provided with the opportunity to develop your skills, techniques, and insights as a club trainer to effectively plan and deliver training to your clubs. Liz, thank you so much again. Thank you to Past President Lisa. And most of all, thank you to all of you who took time out to come spend your Saturday with us. Look out for the second round of training, which I can give you a teaser. It's likely to be how to mentor, Rotaract, and interact, and it will likely be facilitated by our favorite Rotaractor now, Rotarian. And I guess you I leave you to guess who that person is, but it's going to be a very interesting session coming up, just as interesting as this one. Thank you again. DGE Leslie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, well, I must mention that you have followed our training faithfully every single session. Did you want to share a few words before we wrap up?
No, I couldn't let you go without saying a few words. This has been a tremendous experience today. Who says our district doesn't have talent? I think, just this morning or yesterday, Liz pointed out to me that we have the resources in the district, and we certainly do. Listening to the comments from everybody on board here today is amazing, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's a great experience for me. I know that the future holds well, and I'm sure that as we leave this seminar and we go back to our respective clubs, we can impart the knowledge that we developed from this training. We can pass it on to our members, and so we increase the knowledge of our Rotarians, because I always think that we need to have more informed Rotarians in the district. And I see we have the talent to spread that knowledge here. So these things are excellent. Congratulations on a wonderful seminar, district trainer and training leader, presenter Liz, my dear friend Liz. A wonderful experience. And thank you, Rotarians, for participating. We need more of these things so that we can take our district upward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DGE. Much appreciated. The feedback form was sent out in PDF format, but I will send it out immediately to all of you in a Word format. And your certificates of participation will be in your email within 24 hours. I promise you. So thank you. Please continue to stay safe and have a great rest of the weekend.